Chapter 51-59. Speaking of which, this supremacy has known him for countless years. If you can survive this supremacy's iron fist today, this supremacy will join you. So what if we become sworn brothers? Roar, rumble. As the voice of the divine sense faded, the heaven-suppressing sacred ape raised his head and roared angrily. Without wasting any more words, his figure flickered, and he immediately threw a punch at Yi Xian. The amount of power was too violent. Wherever the punch passed, the void would rapidly collapse. This was a shocking scene. The heaven-suppressing sacred ape had already arrived in front of Yi Xian in the blink of an eye. He was only 10 billion kilometers away from Yi Xian in his bare form. Heaven-suppressing sacred ape, you really live up to your reputation. Once the punch was thrown, the scene was so shocking that even Yi Xian could not help but sigh. But at the same time, it also aroused his fighting spirit. Before he finished speaking, a cold light flashed in his eyes. He immediately rushed forward and threw a punch at the heaven-suppressing sacred ape. Bang! Rumble! An earth-shattering sound rang out. The punch of Yi Xian and the heaven-suppressing sacred ape collided in the void. A huge area of 10 billion kilometers in size collapsed. Terrifying energy wreaked havoc. This attack almost tore apart the deeper layer of the primordial void, but, in the end, it did not. That was something that could only be done by a primordial realm expert. More than a year ago, outside the Chaos-Lac starfield, the two powerful primordial realm experts, Dark Wolf and Dark Blood Demon Crocodile, easily tore apart the deeper layer of the primordial void. A primordial realm black hole appeared, and it was filled with primordial chaos void turbulence formed by primordial realm energy. Today, Yi Xian and the heaven-suppressing sacred ape could definitely be considered the strongest experts under the primordial realm. However, they had not reached the primordial realm and did not possess primordial realm energy. Even if the terrifying energy of their full-strength collision was not enough to tear apart the deeper layer of the primordial void, however, Yi Xian and the heaven-suppressing sacred ape were sent tumbling backward when the earth-shattering explosion rang out. They were both hundreds of billions of kilometers away. When they finally stabilized themselves, their breathing was rapid, and their chests were heaving up and down. Their blood and chi were surging. They were evenly matched in one strike. No one was injured, and no one had the slightest advantage. It's been a long time since I've had such a satisfying battle. I didn't expect that on the left bank of the Milky Way, there would be someone who could fight me head-on and not be at a disadvantage. The heaven-suppressing sacred ape's eyes flickered with a dark light as he spoke with excitement. He sized Yi Xian up from head to toe with admiration. You're not bad either. All these years, when I throw out a punch with all my strength, the only one who can come out unscathed besides that old bastard is you. However, that doesn't count. He's just a coward who hides in his shell. Yi Xian nodded as well. He was extremely impressed by the astonishing battle prowess of this heaven-suppressing saint ape. At this moment, when their gazes met, a feeling of mutual appreciation arose in their hearts. Although the primordial chaos void was vast, the two sides of the Milky Way were vast, and there were countless experts in the starry sky, but for the current Yi Xian and the heaven-suppressing sacred ape, not counting the old monster of primordial chaos after the heavenly Tao, it was already extremely difficult to find someone who could fight them head-on. Roar! In the void billions of kilometers away, the invisible primordial black turtle roared wildly, expressing his dissatisfaction. You can fight all you want. Why are you talking about this old man? What's wrong with being a coward? It's not embarrassing for a turtle to shrink its head. Bang! Rumble! Yi Xian and the heaven-suppressing saint ape did not pay attention to him at all. With a cold flash in their eyes, the two of them shot forward and clashed again in the void. This time, the two of them did not collide with each other with their fists. Instead, they both punched each other's bodies. This was intentional. Because in that head-on clash of fists, they had already competed in strength. In terms of strength, the two of them were evenly matched. Now, in the second clash, the two of them did not dodge each other's giant fists and allowed each other to hit their own bodies. What they wanted to compete was the strength of each other's bodies. An explosion resounded in the sky, followed by continuous rumbling of thunder. Another black hole that was 10 billion miles wide was blasted open in the void. The violent energy wreaked havoc, and nothing could be seen within 100 billion miles. The only thing that could be seen was two figures shooting out of this chaotic area. These two figures were Yi Xian and the heaven-suppressing Saint Ape. This clash was different from the first one. The first clash was a clash of fists, and neither of them was injured. However, this clash of fists hit each other's bodies, and it was incomparably tough. Yi Xian spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying 100 billion kilometers away. He was slightly injured. The heaven-suppressing Saint Ape was the same. He was sent flying 100 billion kilometers away and spat out a mouthful of blood. This was the first time he had been injured in countless years. Although it was also only a light injury, it was enough to shock the heaven-suppressing Saint Ape. "You're only lightly injured." However, he was not shocked by his own injuries because he had already tested Yi Xian's strength. He had already expected that this punch would cause him a light injury and cause him to spit out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, from his words, it was clear that the heaven-suppressing Saint Ape was shocked because Yi Xian was the same as him. He only spat out a mouthful of blood and was only lightly injured. Just this point alone was enough to prove how powerful Yi Xian's physical body was. Just like him, it was enough to stand shoulder to shoulder. There was no difference in strength at all. Their strength was on par, and the strength of their bodies was also on par. This battle was clearly a tie, and neither could do anything to the other. Whether it was the heaven-suppressing sacred ape or Yi Xian, both of them were incomparably proud of their own combat strength before they met each other. They never thought that at the same cultivation level, they would actually meet an existence that was not inferior to them in terms of strength or physical strength in a direct battle of this level. Of course, Yi Xian still had the 10-colored flame, fallen bow, and spiritual force secret techniques that he had not used yet. However, the heaven-suppressing Saint Ape was the supreme existence ranked first on the left bank's heavenly beast list. He obviously had many secret techniques, divine abilities, and various supreme treasures in his hands. If the battle escalated, both sides would be able to use their own methods, and the final result would be a tie. Even though Yi Xian had a higher chance of winning because he had the 10-colored flame that even Grand Mystic Centric was wary of, it could not erase the shock brought to him by the heaven-suppressing Saint Ape. Without the use of secret techniques or supreme treasures, just a head-on battle of fists could truly answer the most basic question. The heaven-suppressing Saint Ape's strength had undoubtedly received Yi Xian's acknowledgement. In fact, the heaven-suppressing Saint Ape had also acknowledged Yi Xian's strength. This was the true meaning of no discord, no concord. There is no need to continue this battle. For countless years, you are the only opponent this sovereign has ever encountered that can make this sovereign sigh in admiration. As he withdrew his hand, the heaven-suppressing Saint Ape's voice rang out, "This sovereign cannot miss an opponent like this. This sovereign wants to become sworn brothers with you so that we will have the opportunity to spar frequently in the future. There is no need to continue this battle. For countless years, you are the only opponent this sovereign has ever encountered that can make this sovereign sigh in admiration." As he withdrew his hand, the heaven-suppressing Saint Ape's voice rang out again, "This sovereign cannot miss an opponent like this. This sovereign wants to become sworn brothers with you so that we will have the opportunity to spar frequently in the future." The heaven-suppressing Saint Ape said that he wanted to become sworn brothers with Yi Xian, but his purpose was so that they would have the opportunity to spar frequently in the future. This in truth, Yi Xian also had the same idea. This kind of opponent was too difficult to find, so he naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity. Even more so, not to mention that there was no enmity between him and the heaven-suppressing Saint Ape, and they even appreciated each other. The so-called oath of brotherhood was only natural. This old man thought that he would be able to witness an earth-shattering battle, but I didn't expect the two of you to be so boring. Seeing that both Yi Xian and the heaven-suppressing Saint Ape had stopped fighting and had no intention of continuing the battle, the primordial black tortoise, who had retreated 1,000,000,000,000 kilometers away, immediately rolled his eyes. Same as with a flash, he also rushed over, muttering to himself as if he was extremely dissatisfied. "A battle of this level might not even occur once in many years, but I didn't expect you two to be all bark and no bite. What a waste of this old man's effort. It's simply too disappointing." In other words, the reason he had rushed to the sacred ape forbidden land and lured the heaven-suppressing Saint Ape here was only to watch the battle between Yi Xian and the heaven-suppressing Saint Ape. Such words were naturally infuriating, So both Yi Xian and the heaven-suppressing Saint Ape turned to him and glared at him. Look. From the looks of it, it was clear that if the old man said a few more words of nonsense, they would immediately join forces and beat him up together. Whether it was Yi Xian or the heaven-suppressing Saint Ape, the old man couldn't win. If the two of them really joined forces, it was easy to imagine how miserable his end would be. Realizing this, the primordial black tortoise immediately shrunk his neck and wisely shut his mouth, but he could still faintly murmur to himself, "What kind of world is this? This is too violent, too disrespectful of the elders. Even if we want to become sworn brothers, this old man is the oldest, so I'm still the eldest. How dare the younger one look at the older one? How unreasonable." The three of them naturally couldn't be ranked by combat strength, because that would change the meaning. The reason why they became sworn brothers was because they appreciated each other and appreciated each other. If they were to be ranked by combat strength, it would lose its meaning. Very soon, the three of them became sworn brothers in the primordial void. Just as the primordial old tortoise had said, he was the oldest and was slightly older than the heaven-suppressing Saint Ape, so he was naturally the eldest. The second was the heaven-suppressing Saint Ape, and as for Yi Xian, he was too young, so he could only be ranked third. To be honest, the cosmic violent ape is just one of my identities. In fact, I am the master of the magic hall. Yi Xian. Since they had become sworn brothers, Yi Xian naturally wouldn't hide his true identity. The primordial black tortoise already knew this, so he took the initiative to reveal it to the heaven-suppressing Saint Ape. "It should have been you. Second brother, I have already guessed it." The heaven-suppressing Saint Ape had an as-expected expression on his face. It seemed that he had been wondering about this for a long time. Now that he heard Yi Xian admit it, he wasn't surprised. After exchanging pleasantries, the heaven-suppressing Saint Ape suddenly changed the topic and asked, "Third brother, why did you hunt the top 10 beasts on the left bank's heavenly beast list? What's the deep meaning behind this?" He wasn't the only one. Even the primordial black tortoise had been wondering about this for a long time. Now that the heaven-suppressing Saint Ape asked, he immediately looked over with interest. "My true cultivation is only at the 7th level of the heavenly Tao. I've been searching for the top 10 beasts on the left bank's heavenly beast list because I want to temper myself through battles and seek an opportunity to break through." Yi Xian didn't hide much about this, but he didn't reveal anything deeper either. After a brief explanation, he immediately cupped his fists and bowed to the primordial black tortoise and the heaven-suppressing Saint Ape before continuing, "I've been through 3 battles recently, and the opportunity to break through has arrived. Therefore, I can't stay any longer. I'm about to break through in seclusion, so we'll meet again in the future." Hiss. After saying that, he didn't hesitate anymore. He immediately waved his hand and tore open a crack in the void. After nodding to the primordial black tortoise and the heaven-suppressing Saint Ape, he stepped into it and disappeared. Whoosh, a weak sound of something breaking through the air rang out as Yi Xian's figure walked out of a spatial rift that suddenly appeared. This was still the vast dark void in front of the left bank, but it wasn't the void where he had fought the heaven-suppressing Saint Ape. Yi Xian came to the place where he had been in seclusion before. Before an abandoned planet appeared. Not long ago, he broke through to the 7th level of the heavenly Tao here. Now, Yi Xian came here again. His purpose was to break through to the 8th level of the heavenly Tao, and even reach the peak of the 9th level of the heavenly Tao. A dim light flashed as he extended his divine sense to investigate. After confirming that there was no abnormality, he swept over and directly entered the core of this abandoned planet. Following then, he took out the Shunnong treasured cauldron. In order to reduce its size, it was only 10,000 feet long. It hung in the middle of the core and then stepped into the mouth of the cauldron that was filled with 9-colored fog. Whoosh, whoosh whoosh, between his hands, a weak sound of something breaking through the air rang out. Rays of light shot out and floated in front of Yi Xian. They were all cultivation resources used to launch this breakthrough. Very quickly. Soon, a dim light flashed in his eyes. The power of the Shunnong cauldron's domain was activated by him. All the cultivation resources were compressed to the size of a nascent soul's fist. Then, with a wave of his hand, they were swallowed into his stomach. All the cultivation resources melted in Yi Xian's mouth. In the blink of an eye, they turned into a majestic river of energy that slowly flowed in his body. The expected sound of the chains immediately came. This time, there was only one shackle that appeared. As long as it was torn, he could smoothly break through. Taking a deep breath, Yi Xian quickly threw away the distracting thoughts in his mind. He closed his eyes and immediately urged the river of energy that had just formed in his body with all his strength. It began to circulate in his meridians again and again. Also, after an unknown amount of time, the river of energy that had formed in his meridians was finally completely refined. Then, with just one impact, the incomparably thick shackles had already broken. While the anticipated system prompt soon sounded in Yi Xian's mind, "Ding, congratulations to the host for breaking through the realm of the ancient Dongshu mantra. Current realm, 8th level of the heavenly Tao. Ding, congratulations to the host for breaking through the realm of the physical body's qi and blood. Current realm, 8th level of the heavenly Tao." In the next moment, Yi Xian opened his eyes. In the depths of his eyes, a trace of excitement quietly flashed. No, there was suspense. After this breakthrough, the suppression of the primordial great Tao still existed. Therefore, under the 9th transformation of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape, his cultivation was still at the peak of the 9th level of the heavenly Tao. However, his true combat strength had once again skyrocketed by a large margin. More importantly, he was now only a small breakthrough away from the 9th stage of the heavenly Tao realm required to consume the level 31 primordial pellet. With this breakthrough, Yi Xian's true combat strength had once again soared by a large margin. More importantly, he was now only a small breakthrough away from the 9th level of the heavenly Tao required to consume the level 31 primordial pill. With the completion of the breakthrough, he, who was sitting cross-legged at the mouth of the cauldron that was shrouded in 9-colored fog, suddenly opened his eyes. Pinch calculating the time, he had actually spent a month in seclusion this time, which was twice as long as the last time he had broken through. With these thoughts flashing through his mind, Yi Xian immediately fell into deep thought. He was hesitating whether to continue his closed-door cultivation. In one go, he would break through the last small stage before consuming the level 31 primordial pill. Of course. The reason why he was hesitating was because he had just completed a breakthrough. Although this was considered a normal breakthrough, the gains from the previous breakthrough had been completely digested after the great battle. Next, he could forcibly consume the heavenly Tao blood essence, enter closed-door cultivation again, and continue to break through. The next breakthrough was, after all, the peak of the 9th level of the heavenly Tao. It was different from the previous breakthroughs. The difficulty would definitely increase, and it was no small matter. If he failed to break through by consuming the heavenly Tao blood essence, it would obviously be more complicated to break through this small stage in the future. However, after some consideration, he finally decided to break through this last small stage in one go. This was because the news of the death of the devil-eyed owl, who was ranked 3rd on the heavenly Tao ferocious beast list, had spread. Furthermore, the primordial octo-turtle and the heaven-suppressing sacred ape had become sworn brothers with him not long ago. If he wanted to continue using the great battle to train himself and seek the opportunity to break through, it would be difficult to even find an opponent. Left. Among the shore beasts, the ones ranked below the top 10 on the heavenly Tao ferocious beast list could not withstand a single blow from Yi Xian. If he wanted to challenge them, the effect of using the great battle to train himself was almost negligible. Dang. However, there was also a heavenly Tao remnant list on the left bank of the Milky Way. The top 10 powerhouses on this list were comparable to the top 10 powerhouses on the heavenly Tao ferocious beast list. But, the composition of the battle power of the remnant powerhouses was quite complicated. The battle power of the fierce beasts reflected the power of the physical body and the power of the bloodline secret techniques. The comprehensive battle power of the remnant powerhouses also included the support of the magic weapons in their hands and the power of various arrays. Fighting with the fierce beasts was satisfying, but fighting with the remnant powerhouses was far from the same. Sometimes, from the beginning to the end of the battle, or even from the beginning to the end, it was the confrontation between the arrays and the magic weapons. For Yi Xian, it was far less useful than fighting with the fierce beasts. What's more, the heavenly Tao ferocious beast list and the heavenly Tao remnant list on the left bank were side by side. The top 10 on the Heavenly Tao Ferocious Beast list were targeted by Yi Xian. It was impossible for the top 10 existences on the Heavenly Tao Remnant list not to be prepared. Speaking maybe they had already hidden in the parallel void, and he might not be able to find them. That is then, he could find them. If it was a trap and there was an old monster of the Hongmeng realm lurking behind them, the result would undoubtedly be more troublesome. Therefore, after considering all this, Yi Xian was inclined to start seclusion again in the end. He would use the method of swallowing the Heavenly Tao blood essence to forcibly break through to the peak of the 9th stage Great Circle. Swish. 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 After making up his mind, he no longer hesitated. With a wave of his hand, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out, and rays of light shot out. They were all the cultivation resources he took out from the undying world in his body to carry out this breakthrough. Among them were 10 Heavenly Tao blood essences, and all of them were of the highest quality. It could be seen that in order to ensure the success of this breakthrough, Yi Xian had put in a lot of effort. After everything was ready, Yi Xian's eyes flashed with a faint light. The power of the treasured cauldron's field was activated, and all the cultivation resources were compressed to the size of a nascent soul fist and swallowed into his stomach. The same was true for the 10 Heavenly Tao blood essences. There was suspense. All the cultivation resources melted in his mouth. 1. A majestic energy river slowly flowed out from Yi Xian's body, and the expected sound of chains rattling could be heard. This time, there was only one shackle that appeared, but it was incomparably thick. After all, what he was breaking through this time was the peak of the 9th stage Great Circle, the last shackle before the primordial Tao. But Yi Xian didn't care. So what if it was thick? In the end, it was just a shackle. As long as he tore it apart, he would be able to smoothly break through and step into the true peak of the Heavenly Tao. Condense. After calming his mind and throwing away the distracting thoughts in his mind, Yi Xian closed his eyes and immediately activated the energy river that had just formed in his body. He started to circulate the energy in his meridians with all his might. Or, perhaps it was because he had swallowed 10 Heavenly Tao blood essences, and because this breakthrough was forcefully breaking through the shackles in his body, as the energy circulated, Yi Xian's meridians, limbs, and bones instantly felt an unbearable intense pain. At this moment, his precious body was shining, and there was an endless mist around him. However, his forehead was full of beads of cold sweat. His brows were tightly knitted as he endured the pain. Even so, with his current level of cultivation, it was still so painful. It could be seen how intense it was. It was simply outrageous. In this kind of extreme pain, Yi Xian forgot about everything and had no consciousness of time. Also, after an unknown amount of time, the energy river that had formed in the meridians in his body was finally completely refined. Then, after that, when Yi Xian gathered his strength, with just one final impact, the incomparably thick shackles broke. The anticipated system notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the realm of the ancient Dongshu technique. Current realm, 9th stage Great Circle of the Heavenly Tao. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the realm of the physical body's qi and blood. Current realm, 9th stage Great Circle of the Heavenly Tao. 9th stage Great Circle of the Heavenly Tao. Heavens! Peak of the Heavenly Tao. He had finally reached it. It was no longer forcefully raised by the power of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape bloodline. It was his own true cultivation realm. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian felt incomparably excited. The moment he opened his eyes, there was clearly a trace of intense excitement in the depths of his eyes. It was very obvious that after this breakthrough, the invisible suppression of the primordial Tao still existed. At this moment, after the breakthrough, Yi Xian tried to activate the 9 transformations of the demonic ape bloodline ability. In the end, in the state of the 9th transformation of the demonic ape, there was no change in his cultivation realm. He was still at the peak of the Heavenly Tao Great Circle of the 9th stage. In other words, the current him was at this realm, but in the state of the 9th transformation of the demonic ape, his cultivation realm was still at this realm. Of course, in the state of the 9th transformation of the demonic ape, his true battle strength could still be increased by a large margin. It was just that his realm remained the same. This. He had long expected this situation, so he wasn't surprised. In fact, he didn't even feel too disappointed. Because the current him already had the qualifications to consume a grade 31 primordial pill and break through to the primordial Tao realm. Once he entered the primordial Tao realm and became a great Tao expert, he would soar to the heavens. After this breakthrough, Yi Xian's cultivation realm had already reached the peak of the heavenly Tao Great Circle of the 9th stage. However, due to the suppression of the primordial Tao, even if he activated the 9 transformations of the demonic ape bloodline ability, his cultivation realm was still at this realm. He had long expected this situation, so he didn't feel disappointed. Because the current him already had the qualifications to consume a grade 31 primordial pill and break through to the primordial Tao realm. 1. Once he entered the primordial Tao realm and became a great Tao expert, the suppression of the primordial Tao would no longer exist. To him, this was truly soaring to the heavens. However, although he was now at the peak of the heavenly Tao Great Circle of the 9th stage and had the qualifications to consume a grade 31 primordial pill, the pill hadn't been refined yet. Everything was still a little far away. The perfect pill formula for the primordial pill has long been deduced. Furthermore, the main ingredients and various supplementary ingredients required for the refinement have long been prepared. As these flashed through his mind, Yi Xian's eyes flashed. As he muttered softly, he subconsciously clenched his fists. His tone suddenly became incomparably resolute. Since that's the case, then I'll take this opportunity to refine the grade 31 primordial pill in one go, before we talk about it again. In order to refine a level 31 grand mist pellet, there was no need to mention the various top-notch cultivation materials. Yi Xian had already prepared all of these. As for the main ingredients, apart from the 5 elements medicinal catalyst, each cauldron of primordial pills required 81 heavenly Tao blood essences and 81 different heavenly Tao origin liquids. After deciding on the refinement, Yi Xian immediately calculated the heavenly Tao blood essences, heavenly Tao origin liquids, and 5 elements medicinal catalyst. The final number delighted him. The main ingredients he had were enough to refine 4 cauldrons. Although each cauldron was destined to produce only one grade 31 primordial pill, it was enough. For there were 4 cauldrons. Apart from the one he used, there were still 3 left. However, the primordial chaos Tao realm was different from the heavenly Tao realm. Although he had many close friends and subordinates under him, there were probably only a few who could reach the primordial chaos Tao realm. The remaining 3 grade 31 primordial chaos pills he had on hand in case of emergencies. It was more than enough. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, all the main ingredients and supplementary ingredients were produced by him as they floated in front of him. Tight following that, Yi Xian's perception extended into the cauldron through the 9-colored fog and entered the interior of the Farmer God Cauldron. The Farmer God Cauldron's interior was at the bottom of the central region's volcano. Phew, with a thought, a beam of light shot out from the Farmer God Cauldron at the bottom of the central region's volcano. It was extremely dazzling and was none other than the 10-colored flames that had just been fused not long ago. As it shot up, the 10-colored flames split into 4 along the way. They expanded with the wind and in a blink of an eye, they formed 4 cauldrons that were hundreds of thousands of feet long. The cauldrons were formed purely from the 10-colored flames. They floated in midair above the central region's volcano in a row and emitted a heart-palpitating energy aura. Just the Farmer God 9-colored flames were enough to refine a grade 31 primordial chaos pill. But now, Yi Xian was using the 10-colored flames that exceeded the 9-colored flames. Furthermore, it wasn't just the cauldron's flames. Instead, the entire cauldron was formed from pure 10-colored flames. The effects were obvious. This kind of extravagant preparation could not only greatly increase the success rate of refining a grade 31 grand mist pellet, but also guarantee the grade and quality of the grade 31 grand mist pellet that came out of the furnace. These are 31 grand mist pellets we're talking about. It's no small matter. Yi Xian has to do everything perfectly. Otherwise, every cauldron of grand mist pellets will have flaws and accidents, and the losses will be immeasurable. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. After everything was completed, the sound of breaking through the air rang out one after another. Dense dark lights of various colors shot out from the mouth of the cauldron above the central domain volcano. These dark lights were the various top-grade materials and cultivation resources that Yi Xian had prepared for the refinement of the grade 31 Grand Mist pellet. They shot out from the mouth of the cauldron and directly appeared at the bottom of the volcano. They were divided into 4 portions above the 4 10-colored cauldrons that were arranged in a row. Then, they suddenly paused and hovered in midair. Each portion of the materials contained a set of 5 elements guiding herbs, 81 heavenly Dao blood essences, 81 heavenly Dao origin liquids, and various top-grade cultivation resources that were used as supplementary materials. All of them were extremely rare. Only Yi Xian could gather such a large amount of top-grade materials. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Very quickly, with a thought from Yi Xian, all the materials that were suspended in midair above the central region's volcano automatically flew up and entered the 4 10-colored cauldrons that were arranged in a row below. From then on, the refinement of the 4 cauldrons of grade 31 Grand Mist pellets officially began. Just one grade 11 Grand Mist pellet was enough to allow a cultivator at the peak of the 9th stage of the Heavenly Dao realm to reach the Primordial Dao realm in a short period of time. A Primordial Dao realm expert was the strongest existence in the Primordial Dao realm. Even the 3,000 Chaos Demon gods that were born at the beginning of each Primordial Dao era were only at the Primordial Dao realm. While in this Primordial Dao era that was about to end, there were only a dozen or so Primordial Dao realm experts that were born. Even they had already reached the peak of the 9th stage of the Heavenly Dao realm a million years ago. Because in order to obtain enough Heavenly Dao 9 Great Dao elixir from Hong Qiu, they had been in seclusion for a million years before successfully coming out and entering the Primordial Dao realm. Just this alone allowed one to discern how rare and precious existences at the level of the Primordial Grand Dao were and how rare they were. This was the first time Yi Xian had refined this grade 31 Grand Mist pellet, and 4 cauldrons had been opened at the same time. Therefore, even with Yi Xian's impressive attainments in alchemy and experience in refining various grades of pellets, he didn't dare to be careless in the slightest. From the beginning of the refinement, he had already put his heart and soul into it, ensuring that he controlled everything with incomparable precision. There couldn't be the slightest accident. At this time, Yi Xian was still sitting cross-legged at the mouth of the Farmer God Cauldron, which was shrouded in 9-colored fog. As his hands moved, one alchemy technique after another was formed in his hands, turning into extremely obscure and mysterious runes that floated from the mouth of the Farmer God Cauldron and landed in the 4 10-colored cauldrons that were lined up in a row in the center of the volcano in the central district. Unknowingly, time passed slowly. Boom, 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 boom. 2 hours later, several loud booms sounded above the flame pool at the bottom of the volcano in the central district. The 4 cauldrons that were lined up and formed by pure 10-colored flames instantly dispersed. Hooah! For the sake of the 4 10-colored flames that were like a river, they whistled and rushed back to the Farmer God Cauldron below and disappeared. While, as these 4 10-colored cauldrons dispersed, 4 pigeon egg-sized purple gold pellets appeared in mid-air in the center of the volcano in the central district. The grade 31 Grand Mist pellet had been born. Chapter 5160. Boom, 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 boom. At the bottom of the volcano, several loud explosions rang out. The 4 cauldrons formed from pure 10-colored flames instantly dispersed, howling as they rushed back to the Shunnong flame pool below and disappeared. Left in the void, there were only 4 purple gold pills the size of pigeon eggs left. These 4 pills were violet gold in color, and they were extremely dense. Even though they weren't large in size, all of them emanated extremely dense primordial insight, and their quality were top-notch. They were top-grade pills. At this moment, the level 31 Grand Mist pellet had finally appeared. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian seemed to have suddenly thought of something. A dark light flashed in his eyes, and he immediately walked out of the mouth of the Shunnong cauldron that was shrouded in 9-colored mist. He knew that as his figure rushed out of the cauldron, the chi of heaven and earth in the outside world would sense it, and there would soon be an unexpected change in the void. Swish, with a wave of his hand, the Shunnong cauldron turned into a ray of light and shot over. In the blink of an eye, it had already rushed into the space between his eyebrows and disappeared. Boom. Rumble. At the same time that Yi Xian waved his hand and stored the Shenong treasure cauldron into his body, the sound of rumbling thunder immediately came from the dark void outside the abandoned planet that he was cultivating in. The sound was so fierce that it could be said to be shocking to the ears. This was an expected situation, and Yi Xian was not surprised at all. His spiritual sense subconsciously extended out from within the star core, and immediately saw that although there was not a single tribulation cloud in the sky outside the star, the sound of thunder was resounding in all directions. It was as if there was an invisible and terrifying destructive force rapidly condensing in the dark void above this star. Its power was so strong and majestic that even Yi Xian, who was at the peak of the 9th stage Great Perfection Heavenly Tao, felt his scalp go numb and his heart skip a beat. This was a sign that the primordial pill tribulation was about to descend. The so-called primordial pill tribulation referred to the primordial pill lightning tribulation that descended when the primordial pill was refined. The heavenly path treasure pill and the primordial treasure pill were no small matter. Back then, even though Yi Xian had only deduced the perfect pill formulas for these two types of treasure pills and had not refined them, he had still attracted the pill tribulation. Now that the grade 31 Grand Mist pellet had appeared and was successfully refined, it would be strange if the Grand Mist pellet tribulation didn't descend. Since it was a pill tribulation, the power of the lightning tribulation naturally could not be compared to the true primordial lightning tribulation. However, it was definitely not comparable to the heavenly Tao lightning tribulation. Its power was between the heavenly Tao lightning tribulation and the primordial lightning tribulation. Its true power was comparable to the power of the primordial heavenly punishment that Yi Xian had used to scheme against the dragon whale and the primeval heaven's eye. Although it was no small matter, with Yi Xian's current terrifying cultivation, if there was only one primordial pill tribulation of this power, it would at most cause him to be slightly injured. It was impossible for him to be seriously injured. However, in reality, the primordial pill tribulation that was about to descend was definitely not one, but 4. This was because he had refined 4 batches of grade 31 primordial pellets, producing 4 pellets. Even in this primordial void, the 4 primordial pellets were considered supreme treasures. They would definitely undergo the baptism of a lightning tribulation before they could transform and advance to the pinnacle. As the refiner of the treasure pill, Yi Xian would also be targeted by the lightning tribulation and undergo the tribulation together. Boom! Swish, swish, swish. In the next moment, Yi Xian's figure rushed out of the star core and into the dark void outside the star. The primordial pill tribulation, which had already finished accumulating power in the void outside, finally descended at this moment. In an instant, the sound of thunder shook the heavens, but there was not a single tribulation cloud in the sky, nor was there a single thunderbolt exploding, nor was there a single bolt of tribulation lightning striking down. It was as if everything was illusory. It did not seem to exist on the surface. However, in reality, there was an invisible and terrifying force that instantly locked onto Yi Xian's figure and aura. Of course, it also locked onto the 4 newly refined grade 31 primordial pellets that he had taken out with a wave of his hand. Amidst the shocking rumbling, an invisible primordial tribulation force locked onto one of the 4 primordial pellets. Yi Xian's figure was also locked onto as well. In the next moment, his figure seemed to have been struck by lightning. He suddenly froze in the void and almost spat out an arrow of blood. However, this primordial tribulation force only attracted one primordial tribulation force. After the first wave of power was released, everything came to a stop. The invisible energy that was wreaking havoc instantly disappeared without a trace. This treasure pill that had withstood the primordial chaos tribulation force instantly became even more resplendent. The dense energy aura made it impossible to look directly at it. Swish, there was some hesitation. Before anyone came, Yi Xian immediately took action and directly stored this supreme primordial pellet that had already passed the primordial pellet tribulation force into his body. Rumble, in the dark void, there was clearly not a single tribulation cloud enveloping it, but the rumbling sound of thunder rang out once again. Its momentum was so fierce that it could be said to be soul-stirring. The second primordial tribulation force had descended. Yi Xian frowned, but he did not hesitate. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he shook his shoulders and instantly faced it. This time, He felt something sweet in his throat and almost spat out an arrow of blood. However, he held it back in the end. Then, he waved his hand and stored the supreme primordial pellet that had successfully withstood the primordial tribulation force. Then, next was the third primordial tribulation force. There was no suspense at all as it successfully withstood the primordial tribulation force that locked onto the primordial pellet. Then, it was absorbed into Yi Xian's body. Until, at this time, 3 of the 4 primordial pellets had all undergone the baptism of the primordial tribulation force. All of them had reached perfection and were absorbed into Yi Xian's body. While Yi Xian's lifeblood was in turmoil as he withstood 3 primordial tribulation forces in a row. His face was somewhat pale. Rip. At this moment, around the star field where Yi Xian was in seclusion, 66 continuous sounds of silk being torn could be heard from time to time. Without any warning, the sound of silk being torn could be heard. This was the primordial pellet tribulation. Its might was extraordinarily powerful. In an instant, it made countless heavenly Tao experts in the ferocious beast forbidden grounds and the remnant star domain on the left bank sense it. They rushed over immediately and were now arriving one after another. Yi Xian had long expected this. He frowned slightly and looked over. Void in different spots in the void rifts appeared one after another. Figures walked out from them. They were either primordial survivors or astral beasts. All of them came from the left bank of the Milky Way. These survivors and astral beasts were all existences at the heavenly Tao realm without exception. The cultivation auras that emanated from their bodies were extremely powerful. In the blink of an eye, there were hundreds of such figures. The scene was astounding. It was as though all of primordial chaos was in an uproar. Various overlords were rushing over and gathering. Following that, with their arrival, these old monsters finally saw Yi Xian's figure in his bear form, as well as the final level 31 primordial pellet above his head. After a momentary silence, gasps sounded like a tidal wave. All the heavenly Tao beasts and ferocious beasts trembled violently as they cried out in alarm. The primordial pellet tribulation's aura was astounding, attracting hundreds of old monsters from the left bank. The moment they arrived, they saw Yi Xian in his bear form and the final level 31 primordial pellet above his head. At the moment the precious pill entered their eyes, all the old monsters in the heavenly Tao shuddered violently. Then, there was a short period of dead silence. Then, the sound of people sucking in cold breaths rose like a tidal wave. The old people's expressions changed, and they cried out involuntarily. Primordial pellet tribulation. This aura is right. It really is the primordial pellet tribulation. Heavens, it's actually not the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian. This old man thought that he was refining the 9 heavenly Tao elixir again. Who would have thought that the one I see here is a starry sky bear? Although it's not the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, this existence is not simple either. His cultivation is also at the peak of the heavenly Tao at the peak of the 9th stage. Furthermore, it's extremely condensed. It's obvious that he has been in this state for a long time. I remember now. He's that starry sky bear, an existence that recently appeared on the left bank. He continuously challenged the top 10 beasts on the left bank's heavenly Tao beast list. It's said that even the devil-eyed cat owl, who is ranked 3rd on the left bank, has fallen. It should be him. None of this is important. The true key is this primordial pill tribulation. He's not the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, so he naturally wouldn't be refining the 9 heavenly Tao elixir. Doesn't that mean that another supreme pellet that is comparable to the 9 heavenly Tao elixir has appeared on the left bank? There's finally another supreme resource that can help a peak heavenly Tao cultivator break through to the primordial Tao realm. Furthermore, the 9 heavenly Tao elixir that Hong Qiu refined back then was in a liquid state, so its medicinal effects were limited. However, the pellet refined by this starry sky bear seems to be in a solid state. No wonder it can attract the primordial pill tribulation. This is clearly a sign that the pellet's effects are stronger, and it's not just a little bit. Look at the purple gold pellet above his head. It's emitting such a dense primordial aura that far surpasses the 9 heavenly Tao elixir. The existence that attracted the primordial pill tribulation must be this pellet. It's just a starry sky bear, yet his attainments in the Tao of alchemy are so formidable that even Hong Qiu can't compare to him. I have a very strong premonition that if I can swallow this pellet, I'm afraid it won't be long before I can break through and step into the primordial Tao realm. I'll become a supreme grand Tao cultivator. Hiss. There's actually such a supreme pellet. Even if I see it with my own eyes, I don't dare believe it. However, the primordial pill tribulation can't be wrong. The aura of this pellet also explains the problem. This is definitely a supreme resource that's at the pinnacle for countless years on both sides of the Milky Way. A pellet that can break through to the primordial Tao realm not long after swallowing it. It can save 1,000,000 years of seclusion required to consume the 9 heavenly Tao elixir. It absolutely can't be missed, damn it. This starry sky bear actually used such a precious pellet to overcome the pill tribulation. What if it's destroyed? Even the words recklessly wasting can't describe it. He's truly daring. Even if he doesn't undergo the pill tribulation, he can still consume the pellet. There's no need for an existence of this level to undergo the baptism of the lightning tribulation. That's too risky. No matter what, we can't let him destroy this supreme pellet. This fellow's brain is damaged. He's really hot-headed. Instead of destroying it, why don't you give it to me? No one is to snatch it from me. Roar. Damn it, this fellow has made a move. He's already red-eyed and wants to snatch the pellet by force. We can't let him succeed. Ruthless. 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 Rumble, as cries of surprise rang out, the hundreds of heavenly Tao's old monsters that had gathered in a short period of time seemed to have gone crazy. Their eyes were fixed on the last primordial pellet hanging above Yi Xian's head. Their eyes were red, and their breathing was rapid. Among them, there were even a dozen old fellows who were too impatient. When they suddenly saw a supreme pellet that was even more shocking than the 9 heavenly Tao elixir, they could not hold it in any longer. As they raised their heads and roared, they immediately rushed towards Yi Xian. It was obvious that they had already made a move and wanted to forcefully seize the pellet. Among these dozen figures, there were heavenly Tao ferocious beasts and remnants of the heavenly Tao. Although Yi Xian's cultivation was extraordinary and was at the peak of the 9th stage of the heavenly Tao, the people who made a move at this moment were all in this realm. In addition, the pellet moved people's hearts, and there were so many of them, so they were not afraid at all. At this moment, they surrounded Yi Xian and attacked him. They were too arrogant. You're courting death. Swoosh. Seeing this scene, a cold light flashed in Yi Xian's eyes. At the same time, the voice of his divine sense rang out, and he waved his hand and kept the last primordial pellet hanging above the treasure into his body. In an instant, as the pellet was put away, the rumbling thunder in the void also stopped. The pill tribulation dissipated. Unless this supreme pellet that had not been baptized by the lightning tribulation was taken out again, it would not descend again. Bang! Rumble. After putting away the pellet, Yi Xian immediately made a move. After activating the Blood Sea secret technique, his body expanded in half a breath's time, reaching a height of 50 million kilometers. Then, with a shake of his shoulders, he rushed out. As a cold light flashed in his eyes, he threw a punch at a heavenly Tao ferocious beast that was shooting towards him. There was a moment of suspense. This punch landed squarely on the other party's head. Although this heavenly Tao ferocious beast was also at the peak of the 9th stage of the heavenly Tao, the difference in battle strength between him and Yi Xian was not small. He could not withstand such a terrifying punch at all. No, by the time everyone regained their senses, the old man's incomparably huge body had already exploded, turning into a cloud of blood mist that spread out in the void. At the same time, Yi Xian, who was in his violent bear form, suddenly waved his hand. The sound of a fierce wind immediately rang out, and an incomparably majestic and invisible force whistled out, sweeping up the majestic blood mist that was spreading out and directly sending it to the bottom of the volcano in the central region of the space within the cauldron. From then on, the blood essence condensation began. At the same time, after this heavenly Tao ferocious beast's body exploded, a few rays of light shot out and landed in the violent bear's hand. They were a few portions of compressed heavenly Tao origin liquid. The attack succeeded and directly killed the other party. This supreme power caused the surrounding void to once again ring out like a tidal wave. Those heavenly Tao old monsters who had been standing in the void and had yet to make a move trembled violently as they cried out in shock. However, Yi Xian did not hesitate at all. He had just broken through, and it was 2 consecutive breakthroughs. Now, he had already refined a level 31 primordial pill. After swallowing one and going into seclusion, he already had the qualifications to break through to the primordial Tao realm after breaking through to the heavenly Tao realm. However, the primordial Tao was no small matter. In order to ensure a smooth breakthrough and not waste a level 31 primordial pill, Yi Xian had to digest the benefits of breaking through 2 small stages in succession and integrate them into his body before entering seclusion. And the best and fastest way to digest the benefits of breaking through was obviously an earth-shattering battle. There was clearly no other choice. Thus therefore, even if these heavenly Tao old monsters did not attack Yi Xian would definitely not miss this opportunity. Hong 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 hong. The primordial Tao was no small matter. In order to ensure a smooth breakthrough and not waste a level 31 primordial pill, Yi Xian had to digest the benefits of breaking through 2 small stages in succession and integrate them into his body before entering seclusion. And the best and fastest way to digest the benefits of breaking through was obviously an earth-shattering battle. It could be said that even if these heavenly Tao old monsters did not attack first, Yi Xian would definitely not miss this opportunity. Roar. Rumble. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, the violent star bear, who was 50 million kilometers tall, raised its head and roared angrily. It took large strides forward in the void and arrived beside a remnant of the heavenly Tao in the blink of an eye. Without any hesitation, it directly threw a punch. Damn it, you actually dared to take the initiative to attack. Aren't you afraid of angering everyone and suppressing you? At this scene, the remnant old monsters' bodies trembled violently. Shock appeared on their faces as they cried out involuntarily, revealing their anger. Bang! Yi Xian was too lazy to pay attention to him at all. This punch landed on the remnant old monster's body. His body was 50 million kilometers tall, and the surface of his fist was like the collapse of the sky, pressing down on the remnant old monster's body. In an instant, the remnant old monster's body exploded and turned into a bloody mist. With a wave of his hand, this bloody mist was immediately put away by Yi Xian. Following that was a storage magic treasure. There were some top-notch cultivation resources and a few portions of heavenly Tao origin liquid inside. The harvest was not bad. All of this seemed to take a long time to describe, but in fact, it happened in a matter of seconds. In less than 3 breaths, Yi Xian had already attacked twice in succession and killed 2 heavenly Tao old monsters, a ferocious beast, and a remnant. Out. He was too ruthless and decisive. He did not hesitate at all. This kind of method shocked the heavenly Tao's old monsters in the surrounding void. Their bodies trembled violently, and everyone's expressions changed again. Shocked cries filled the sky and earth. What? This violent bear is so violent. Under such circumstances, he actually attacked at lightning speed and killed 2 heavenly Tao old monsters in the blink of an eye. He's simply bold and presumptuous. Even if he can consecutively challenge the top 10 existences on the left bank's heavenly Tao ferocious beast list and has amazing combat power, he's all alone after all. How dare he face hundreds of heavenly Tao old monsters? Here comes another troublemaker. This guy is the same as Yi Xian, the master of the magic hall back then. He's fearless and rampage without restraint. He doesn't even put hundreds of heavenly Tao old monsters in his eyes when he's alone. The key is that he actually put away that supreme treasure pill. This is clearly the rhythm of him wanting to take it for himself. Although he was the one who refined the supreme treasure pill, such a supreme resource should be obtained by the capable. The violent bear took the supreme treasure pill without permission. This is the rhythm of him becoming an enemy of everyone. Suppress him and seize the supreme treasure pill. Although there's only one, since he can refine one, he'll definitely be able to refine more. What happened to Yi Xian, the master of the magic hall, can't happen again. No matter what, we have to capture this violent bear. We'll provide him with the pill materials and let him refine the supreme treasure pill. There's no room for discussion. Either he refine the pill for us, or we kill him. We can't get such a supreme treasure pill, but we can't let him enjoy it alone. Roar. Ruthless. Rumble. Following that, Cries of alarm rang out, and even more heavenly Tao old monsters rushed out in a flash. They swarmed toward Yi Xian, who was in his violent bear form, from all directions. The power in their bodies was pushed to the limit. Their auras were fierce, and their eyes were as red as blood, revealing endless greed and brutality. This supreme treasure pill was indeed refined by this supreme one, but don't you think that you're going too far by forcefully seizing it? A cold light flashed, and Yi Xian's incomparably cold words came out of the violent bear's mouth. In this world, the strong are respected. You want to rely on your numbers to suppress this supreme one? Today, this supreme one will let you understand that those who kill should be prepared to be killed in return. Boom. Rumble. Before his voice fell, Yi Xian had already made his move. The violent bear, who was 50 million kilometers in size, directly teleported and appeared behind a heavenly Tao ferocious beast in the void to the right. This heavenly Tao ferocious beast was also at the peak of the heavenly Tao great circle of the 9th stage. Originally, it was shooting over with a murderous aura, wanting to take advantage of Yi Xian's unpreparedness to attack from the right. However, it encountered an inauspicious situation in an instant. Yi Xian punched out, directly blasting its physical body, turning it into a bloody mist that spread out. This was a blatant lesson, a bloody and painful experience. Yi Xian used facts to explain what he had just said. Those who wanted to kill had to be prepared to be killed in return. This was an unavoidable reality, and no one could not be aware of this. Blood, the mist spread out, and in the next instant, Yi Xian had already waved his hand. Accompanied by the sound of the howling wind, an incomparably majestic invisible force whistled out. The majestic blood mist that was spreading out in the void was immediately swept over and sent directly to the bottom of the central region volcano in the space inside the cauldron. From there, the blood essence condensation began. Outside, when the heavenly Tao ferocious beast's physical body exploded, a few rays of light shot out and also landed in the violent bear's hands. They were a few portions of compressed heavenly Tao origin liquid. This was the additional benefit he had obtained from tempering himself through the bloody battle and digesting the previous breakthrough. Raw, ruthless, this violent bear is too arrogant. He's outnumbered, yet he actually dares to say such words. Those who kill must first be prepared to be killed in return. This is truly a supreme domineering aura that looks down on all directions. However, such words can't be said casually. One must have the strength to match it, or else it'll be a joke. He thinks of himself as the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian. More than a year ago, the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, was surrounded by more than 1,000 heavenly Tao old monsters. However, the final result was obvious to all. Even such a ferocious existence could only tuck its tail between its legs and take the initiative to be exiled into the endless primordial chaos, never to return. No matter how monstrous this violent bear is, how can it be compared to the infamous master of the magic hall, Yi Xian? Today, he is so arrogant, he is destined to die here. With hundreds of us, we can suppress him in an instant. Boom. Rumble. Following these furious roars and howls, the heavenly Tao old monsters that were gathered in the surrounding space were all enraged. Without any hesitation, even more heavenly Tao beasts and remnant old monsters rushed out, activated the power in their bodies, and used all sorts of methods to continuously attack Yi Xian. In the face of such a dangerous battle situation, any peak heavenly Tao old master of the 9th step would not be able to ignore it. They would definitely be shocked. However, Yi Xian did not put it in his eyes at all. Facing nearly 100 figures that rushed over in an instant from all directions, the violent starbear's eyes flashed with a cold light. It was burning like fire, and there was not the slightest trace of fear. With a shake of its shoulders, its tyrannical figure that was 50 million kilometers long had already rushed into the densest area of the crowd. Those who kill will always be killed. Today, this sovereign will let you deeply understand this truth. As the cold voice sounded, Yi Xian did not hesitate at all. He clenched his fists and waved them out continuously. Void in the air, terrifying rumbles that shook the heavens and the earth resounded without end. The curtains of a shocking bloody battle in the void had just been drawn. Those who kill will always be killed. Today, this sovereign will let you deeply understand this truth. Facing nearly 100 heavenly Tao old monsters that swarmed over from all directions, a cold light flashed in the eyes of the violent bear. Its cold and stern voice echoed in the void, and without any hesitation, it clenched its fists and waved Yi Xian continuously. In the void, terrifying rumbles that shook the heavens and the earth resounded without end. The curtains of a great bloody battle in the void had been drawn. Rumble, bang. The aura was too strong, and the scene was too shocking. In the form of a violent bear, Yi Xian, whose body was 50 million kilometers long, flashed to the side of the two surviving heavenly Tao old masters. This, one of the two old fellows, was a peak heavenly Tao old master at the great perfection of the 9th stage, while the other was only at the 7th stage of this realm. They actually did not have the slightest self-awareness. They must have relied on their numbers to clamor for Yi Xian to rush to the peak of the heavenly Tao old master. They were simply courting death. Now, Yi Xian's cultivation realm had already reached the peak of the great perfection of the 9th stage. After activating the 9 transformations of the demonic ape bloodline ability and displaying the 9th transformation, his true combat strength could be considered outstanding even among the group of peak heavenly Tao old masters. There were very few who could be his opponent. The 2 consecutive punches from before had directly blasted 2 peak heavenly Tao old masters to death. This was clear proof. In the face of such a terrifying existence, the so-called late-stage heavenly Tao old master at the 7th stage was simply a joke. No, there was suspense. As violent bear's punch landed, the body of the 7th stage survivor instantly exploded into a bloody mist. The other peak heavenly Tao old master at the great perfection of the 9th stage was not spared either. As the 2 of them exploded, a storage magic treasure fell out of each of them. With a wave of violent bear's hand, they were absorbed into his body along with the bloody mist formed by the explosion of their bodies. The 2 storage magic treasures both contained heavenly Tao origin liquid. One had 2 portions, while the other had 4 portions. The harvest was quite satisfactory to Yi Xian. This was only the beginning. The battle continued. Facing more than 300 heavenly Tao old monsters, Yi Xian was completely fearless. With a domineering aura, he charged in and out of the many heavenly Tao old monsters and the remnants of the heavenly Tao old monsters. He was like the reincarnation of the god of slaughter. From beginning to end, he did not meet a single opponent. Often, with a punch, he would immediately take a person's life and cause the heavenly Tao to fall. Hiss, hiss, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the distance, the crisp sound of something tearing through the air could still be heard, accompanied by a series of extremely sharp sounds. Left there were far more than 1,000 heavenly Tao old monsters in the 3 regions of the shore. There were probably close to 10,000 of them. The news was spreading, so there were still heavenly Tao old monsters from various forbidden lands and star regions rushing over after hearing the news. Among them were the figures of the primordial octopus turtle and the heaven-suppressing sacred ape. They did not arrive at the same time. One appeared on the left, and the other appeared on the right. They were all at the end of the void and had just walked out of 2 void cracks. When they saw the shocking scene of the bloody battle in front of them, the expressions of the primordial octopus turtle and the heaven-suppressing sacred ape changed drastically. They had become sworn brothers with Yi Xian, so they were naturally worried about him. Here at this time, Yi Xian had already stored the last level 31 primordial pill that had yet to be baptized by the lightning tribulation into his body. The outside world had lost its connection to this primordial pill. The original primordial pill tribulation had already dissipated, and the rumbling of thunder could no longer be heard in the void. However, the primordial octopus turtle and the heaven-suppressing sacred ape had extraordinary statuses. They were the top 2 existences on the left bank's heavenly Tao ferocious beast list. Naturally, there would be heavenly Tao ferocious beasts who had arrived earlier who had some ties with them. Only with just a stretch of divine sense, the primordial octopus turtle and the heaven-suppressing sacred ape had already understood the situation and everything that had happened earlier. At this time, they finally understood why the primordial pill tribulation had descended when Yi Xian was comprehending the refinement manuscript of the 9 heavenly Tao elixir left behind by the ancestor of the remnant people, Hong Qiu, more than 2 years ago. At that time, he had clearly not only comprehended the refinement manuscript of the 9 heavenly Tao elixir left behind by Hong Qiu. He must have used this refinement manuscript as a foundation to deduce a more perfect and heaven-defying primordial pill formula. At that time, what had attracted the primordial pill tribulation was not the refinement method of the 9 heavenly Tao elixir, but the primordial pill formula that he had comprehended. Brain. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, the primordial octopus turtle and the heaven-suppressing sacred ape looked at each other across the void. As they exchanged glances, their chests rose and fell violently, and their breathing quickened. Both of them were peak heavenly Tao at the peak of the 9th stage. They needed this kind of supreme pill to break through to the primordial Tao realm. Although, however, they didn't see the primordial pellet that Yi Xian had absorbed into his body with a wave of his hand. However, they'd already heard about the general situation of this pellet from the other heavenly Tao old monsters that had arrived a step earlier. With the knowledge of the primordial octopus turtle and the heaven-suppressing sacred ape, they could naturally roughly analyze the medicinal effect of this supreme pill. If nothing unexpected happened, once they consumed this pill, it would most likely allow them to break through in a few hundred years. From then on, they would step into the primordial Tao realm after the heavenly Tao and become existences at the great Tao level. However, in reality, their estimations were off by too much. If this treasure pill was really consumed, it would allow the peak of the heavenly Tao realm at the 9th stage to successfully enter the primordial chaos great Tao realm within a few years, becoming a supreme existence above the heavenly Tao. If the primordial octopus turtle and the heaven-suppressing sacred ape knew about this, the two old fellows would probably faint from happiness on the spot. They were different from the others. Not long ago, they had sworn brotherhood with Yi Xian. Even if Yi Xian only had one primordial pill in his hands now, he could still help them refine it in the future. No matter what kind of pill materials were needed, they would do their best to gather them. Right now, the most important thing was to protect Yi Xian and leave this place. Brain. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, the primordial octopus turtle and the heaven-suppressing sacred ape were about to make a move, but at this moment, a shocking change suddenly occurred. Boom! Rumble! In the next moment, Yi Xian arrived behind a heavenly Tao ferocious beast. Without any hesitation, he directly attacked. This heavenly Tao ferocious beast was also at the peak of the 9th stage. Originally, it was filled with killing intent, but in an instant, it encountered an ominous event. With a punch from the violent bear, it directly exploded its body, turning into a bloody mist that spread out. Whoosh! Before the bloody mist from the explosion of its body could spread out, Yi Xian had already waved his hand. Following that, along with the howling of the wind, an incomparably majestic and invisible force whizzed out, sweeping up the boundless blood mist in the air and directly sending it to the bottom of the central region volcano in the cauldron space, starting the refinement of blood essence. Hiss. To be able to instantly kill a peak heavenly Tao of the 9th stage great perfection, violent bear, your combat strength has already surpassed that of the Magic Hall's master, Yi Xian. Unfortunately, this is meaningless. You will still be suppressed here. At the same time, a spatial crack appeared in the distance to the right, and a figure rushed out from within. It was over 50 million kilometers tall, and the cultivation aura that emanated from its body was even more vast. It was the old monster of primordial chaos that had met Yi Xian once more a year ago, the Nether Wolf. Chapter 5161. Rip, a crack in the void appeared in the distance to the right, and a figure rushed out from it. It was more than 50 million miles long, and the cultivation aura that emanated from its body was even more vast, causing the heavenly Tao's old monsters in the surrounding void to subconsciously look over. This was a powerful space beast, and its entire body was shrouded in a strange black fog. It was the old monster of primordial chaos, the Nether Wolf, that had met Yi Xian once more than a year ago. Finally, some of the old monsters of primordial chaos were alarmed. With the arrival of the Nether Wolf, the surrounding void instantly fell into silence, and the atmosphere became inexplicably oppressive and tense. Even the hundreds of heavenly Tao beasts and the old monsters of primordial chaos who were originally charging towards Yi Xian and launching an encirclement stopped. Dark light flashed in their eyes as they looked towards the Nether Wolf with fear and trepidation. Far at the ends of the void on both sides, the primordial chaos old turtle and the sacred ape of primordial chaos, who were originally about to rush out and cover Yi Xian, were the same. The two of them looked at each other across the distant void and exchanged glances. The expressions on their faces became worried. They naturally understood how powerful and irresistible the old monster of primordial chaos was. At this moment, they began to worry deeply for Yi Xian. They were even prepared to pay the price and use their strongest techniques. No matter what, they had to fight for a chance of survival for Yi Xian and escape from this place. As a beast, you actually have such shocking attainments in the Tao of Pills. Even the old ancestor of the old monsters, Hong Qiu, is probably inferior to you. The nether wolf, who had just walked out of the crack in the void, stopped in the dark void more than 100 billion miles away. Its entire body was pitch black, but its pair of huge blood eyes were like two small blood-colored meteors. They flickered with a strange light as they locked onto Yi Xian. Same as at this moment, the voice of his divine sense rang out again and enveloped the entire void. Although his voice was not loud, it revealed a formless and terrifying pressure, causing the hearts and minds of all the heavenly Tao old monsters in the distant void to tremble. I'll give you a chance. Submit to me, and in the future, refine a supreme treasure pill that will help me in the primordial chaos great Tao realm. I'll guarantee your safety. He was clearly trying to get Yi Xian to surrender. His goal was to get Yi Xian to refine pills and treasured medicines that would be beneficial even within the primordial chaos realm. This was expected, and neither Yi Xian nor the other heavenly Tao old monsters in the surrounding void were surprised. Neither, although Wolf had broken through the heavenly Tao realm and stepped into the primordial chaos realm after the heavenly Tao realm, becoming a great Tao realm expert, he was only at the beginning stages of the primordial chaos realm. Ignoring the few monstrous geniuses like Yi Xian or existences who had great opportunities, under normal circumstances, it was extremely difficult for even a heavenly Tao realm expert to break through a small realm. It was obvious that the primordial chaos realm after the heavenly Tao realm was even more difficult. The underworld wolf had taken a fancy to Yi Xian's attainments in the Tao of alchemy and subdued him. His goal was to have Yi Xian refine a supreme treasure pill that could be used in the primordial Tao realm and increase the speed of his cultivation. Now that he had appeared, as well as those old monsters that had already stepped into the primordial Tao realm, but had yet to appear, he had become one of the best existences. If he really subdued Yi Xian and made him a special refiner of treasured pills and treasured medicines under his command, Yi Xian would undoubtedly become his exclusive property. It would be impossible for the other heavenly Tao old monsters to obtain such primordial chaos great Tao pills from him. Therefore, even though the various old monsters in the surrounding space did not dare to make a sound when they heard Abyss Wolf's words at this moment, displeasure appeared on their faces. All of them frowned. Obviously, they did not welcome Abyss Wolf, but they did not dare to say anything despite being angry. You want to subdue me with just you? Aren't you being a little too whimsical? Yi Xian also curled his lips. At the same time the voice of his divine sense rang out, his figure flashed and he appeared behind a nearby heavenly Tao beast. Boom. Rumble. In the next moment, an earth-shattering rumble sounded. Yi Xian did not hesitate at all and directly attacked. This heavenly Tao beast was also at the peak of the heavenly Tao realm at the 9th stage of perfection. Caught off guard, it instantly encountered an inauspicious event. Its body exploded, turning into a bloody mist that spread out. Before the bloody mist from the explosion of its body could spread out, Yi Xian had already waved his hand at the same time. The howling of the wind resounded, and an incomparably majestic invisible force whistled out. The boundless blood mist in the air swept over and was directly sent to the bottom of the volcano in the central region of the space within the cauldron, starting the condensation of blood essence. In front of the dark wolf, Yi Xian did not dare to offend him verbally, and even his actions did not put him in his eyes at all. He continued to do as he pleased, shocking everyone. Brat, you're courting death. Roar, as a grand mist old monster after the heavenly Tao, and under the watchful eyes of everyone, how could the dark wolf endure such humiliation? He instantly flew into a rage, raised his head and roared, and was about to attack Yi Xian. Boom. Swish, swish, swish. At this moment, Yi Xian moved. With a wave of his hand, a ray of light shot out at an extremely fast speed. In a fraction of a second, it had already arrived in the dark void in front of the dark wolf. It was the fourth level 31 primordial pill that he had put away earlier that had yet to experience the pill tribulation. This action was out of everyone's expectations. All the heavenly Tao old monsters in the surrounding void were dumbfounded on the spot. Even the primordial old turtle and the heaven-suppressing sacred ape were stunned. The dark wolf, who was about to attack, was confused. He opened his mouth, and his face was full of suspicion. He thought that Yi Xian was frightened by his roar and gave in on the spot, so he immediately handed over the precious pill. In fact, as Yi Xian waved his hand and sent out this precious pill, the primordial pill tribulation that had originally dissipated in the void instantly appeared again. Moreover, due to the sudden pause earlier, the moment the primordial pill tribulation appeared, it immediately began to wreak havoc. The speed was too fast, and everything was too sudden. No one, including the dark wolf, expected that Yi Xian would actually do such a thing at this moment. He casually threw out a supreme treasure pill that could allow a peak heavenly Tao Great Perfection 9th stage expert to break through a large realm in a short period of time and step into the primordial chaos after the heavenly Tao Great Tao. It could be said to be incomparably precious. Just like that. In the void, the rumbling of thunder shook the heavens, but there was not a single tribulation cloud in the sky. There was also not a single thunderbolt exploding, and there was no tribulation lightning striking down. Everything was like an illusion, and it did not seem to exist on the surface. But, in fact, there was an invisible and terrifying force that instantly locked onto Yi Xian's figure and aura. Of course, it also locked onto the level 31 primordial pill that he took out with a wave of his hand. At this moment, Yi Xian was hundreds of billions of kilometers away from this primordial pill. However, he was the refiner of this pill, so he was also locked onto by the laws of the primordial chaos. It also meant that the terrifying power of the primordial pill tribulation would be split into two. One would be aimed at Yi Xian, and the other would be aimed at the level 31 primordial pill that was more than 100 billion kilometers away, coincidentally arriving at the level 31 primordial pill in the air 10 billion kilometers in front of the dark wolf. When this pill was taken out again, the primordial chaos pill tribulation that had just dissipated not long ago appeared again in an instant. At this time, Yi Xian was hundreds of billions of kilometers away from this primordial chaos pill. However, he was the refiner of this pill, so he was also locked onto by the laws of the primordial chaos. This also meant that the terrifying force of this primordial chaos pill tribulation would be divided into two parts. One part would strike toward Yi Xian, while the other part would strike toward the level 31 primordial chaos pill that happened to be in the void 10 billion kilometers in front of the dark wolf. If that was really the case, then the primordial pellet that Yi Xian casually threw away like a calamity would be meaningless. Even the full power of the primordial chaos pill tribulation would not be able to severely injure the dark wolf, let alone the power of the pill tribulation being divided into two. Even if he was caught off guard by the primordial chaos tribulation force that was attracted by the level 31 primordial chaos pill in front of him, he would be implicated and split into two. At most, it would only cause him some superficial wounds. And this obviously would not satisfy Yi Xian. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, the corners of the violent starry sky bear's mouth curled into a mysterious smile that could make one ponder. At the same time, Yi Xian had also activated the power in his body to the limit. The perfect vibration of the mental power secret technique was instantly activated. Buzz, following an incomparably low and weak buzzing sound, after the perfect vibration of the mental power secret technique was activated, Yi Xian's figure instantly disappeared. No, just like that, even his aura was completely restrained. It was incomparably perfect. Even the primordial chaos tribulation force of this pill tribulation could not sense it. It was intentional. The purpose of doing this was to prevent the power of the level 31 primordial chaos pill from splitting into two. If so, today, he had done it. As the primordial chaos tribulation force of the pill tribulation lost its ability to sense him, the power of the pill tribulation force this time instantly poured towards the level 31 primordial chaos pill that was already 10 billion kilometers away from the dark wolf. This was obviously not all of Yi Xian's preparations. Before he shot out this treasure pill, he had already left behind a strand of his divine sense in the treasure pill. This strand of divine sense had no other effect. Its only use was to detonate this treasure pill, A level 31 primordial chaos pill was indeed incomparably precious. Any heavenly Tao old monster, whether it was a fierce beast or a remnant, would go crazy for it. However, in Yi Xian's eyes, this was just something that could be casually refined. As long as he gathered 81 portions of the heavenly Tao blood essence and heavenly Tao origin liquid, and obtained the 5 elements medicinal catalyst, he could immediately start refining. Moreover, he already had 3 in his hands. These 3 level 31 primordial chaos pills had already undergone the baptism of the pill tribulation before the heavenly Tao old monsters gathered in the surrounding void arrived. They were even more perfect and their medicinal effects were even stronger. Moreover, no one in the outside world knew about this. Therefore, to Yi Xian, although the 4th level 31 primordial chaos pill that he had shot out with a wave of his hand was equally precious, it was not that indispensable. At least in his opinion, if this treasure pill was the price to severely injure a primordial chaos old monster after the heavenly Tao, it was definitely worth it. Of course, Yi Xian never thought that he would be able to cause the underworld wolf to die on the spot. That was simply impossible. Even if the might of the pill tribulation and the violent energy from the self-destruction of the treasure pill were mixed together, it wouldn't be able to do so. However, as long as he could severely injure the dark wolf, his goal would be achieved. This old fellow was a primordial chaos Tao realm expert after the heavenly Tao. Under normal circumstances, even if Yi Xian used his strongest ability, the heaven-falling bow, he would not be able to injure him at all. This was because he could not attack the other party at all. However, now, according to Yi Xian's estimations, the primordial chaos pill tribulation and the violent energy from the self-destruction of the level 31 primordial chaos pill was likely to be able to severely injure the dark wolf if the other party was caught off guard. At the very least, it was impossible for him to escape with light injuries. Although his heaven-falling bow was known as a supreme divine power, Yi Xian was still a heavenly Tao realm expert after all. He did not possess the power of primordial chaos. Therefore, when he used the heaven-falling bow, the arrow he shot out still had the power of the heavenly Tao realm. However, the primordial chaos pill tribulation had the power of primordial chaos. It was the same for the level 31 primordial chaos pill. Therefore, it was very likely that it would cause damage to the dark wolf. Even if it was only a light injury to the nether wolf, it was enough for Yi Xian. It was absolutely extraordinary. The fact that a heavenly Tao realm expert could injure an old monster at the level of the primordial chaos great Tao was already shocking enough. Rumble, bang. At that moment, the spiritual perception power Yi Xian left in the level 31 primordial chaos pill stirred. As the refiner of the pill, this was something he could easily do. It was extremely easy. The pill exploded as boundless energy surged out. Together with the formless primordial chaos pill tribulation powers that came crashing down, the two blended together and drowned the dark wolf's massive body. It was completely enveloped within Ao Wu, Raw. In that area, the vast space of 10 billion kilometers was completely enveloped by the violent and devastating energy. It was impossible to see what was happening inside, but the miserable howls of the abyss wolf could be heard instantly. It was slightly mournful, and it was closely followed by a shocking roar. It was a furious roar, and it was filled with endless resentment. Everything sounded long, but in fact, it happened in a matter of seconds. The various heavenly Tao old monsters around the void failed to react in time. They never expected such a situation to happen. Even the primordial chaos old turtle and heaven suppression sacred ape were petrified. They knew that Yi Xian was unruly, but they never expected him to take the initiative to scheme against primordial chaos old monster and attack a supreme existence at that level. This wasn't just gutsy. It was practically the rhythm of having guts all over his body. After a brief moment of silence, the heavenly Tao old monsters around the void finally reacted to what had happened. As their bodies trembled, all of them drew a cold gasp. Amidst their shock, they exclaimed like a tidal wave. Immediately, they boomed in an overwhelming manner. The entire endless void was in an uproar. Heavens, what happened? Could it be that this old man is hallucinating? What shot out from the astral bear's hand was that treasure pill from before. The treasure pill's appearance instantly attracted the dissipated primordial chaos pill tribulation. There's no mistake about it. It exploded. The treasure pill exploded. What a reckless waste. Is there something wrong with this astral bear's brain? It was not easy for him to refine such a supreme treasure pill. He is also a peak heavenly Tao at the peak of the 9th stage. He also needs this item, but he actually destroyed the treasure pill so easily. What do you know? This is a truly wise move. After all, it has already alarmed the primordial chaos old monster. This astral bear recognized the situation and used the treasure pill to attract the pill tribulation. In addition to the power of the treasure pill's self-destruction, it's enough to lightly injure this primordial chaos old monster. It's even possible for him to be seriously injured. To the astral bear, this is obviously the best opportunity to break out. Although he destroyed a supreme treasure pill, this pill was refined by him in the first place. As long as there's life, there's hope. What a reckless waste. Is there something wrong with this astral bear's brain? He actually destroyed the treasure pill so easily. This is a truly wise move. The astral bear recognized the situation and used the treasure pill to attract the pill tribulation. In addition to the power of the treasure pill's self-destruction, it's enough to lightly injure this primordial chaos old monster. It's even possible for him to be seriously injured. This is obviously the best opportunity for him to break out. Although he destroyed a supreme treasure pill, this pill was refined by him in the first place. As long as there's life, there's hope. Damn it, the astral bear is escaping. Fellow Taoists, attack. We definitely can't let him escape. Otherwise, the final outcome will be the same as the Magic Hall Master, Yi Xian. Back then, we missed the 9 heavens great Tao treasure liquid. Today, we definitely can't miss this supreme primordial chaos pill. Roar. Ruthless. Boom. Rumble. As the sudden change occurred, the surrounding void instantly fell into chaos. There was an uproar, and all the heavenly Tao old monsters were anxious. In an instant, more than 100 of them attacked Yi Xian at the same time to prevent him from escaping, while the abyss wolf-old monster was still trapped in the area where the pill tribulation was wreaking havoc and had yet to disperse. Roar. An earth-shattering roar sounded. A heavenly Tao ferocious beast that was the closest to Yi Xian, just over 2 billion miles away, opened its bloody mouth. Its fangs were dense as it tried to bite Yi Xian, who was in the form of a violent bear. This was a peak heavenly Tao great perfection 9th stage, but it clearly knew its own limits. It knew that it didn't have the ability to swallow Yi Xian in one bite. Therefore, at this moment, it opened its bloody mouth to bite Yi Xian's shoulder. If it wanted to use this method to hold him back and not let him leave, it would be enough to achieve its goal. Are you courting death? That's fine, I'll fulfill your wish, as you wish. Rumble. Bang. When it saw this scene, an incomparably cold light flashed across the violent bear's eyes. Yi Xian did not hesitate at all and directly attacked. An earth-shattering roar sounded without any suspense. This heavenly Tao ferocious beast had encountered an ominous situation in an instant. His physical body exploded, turning into a bloody mist that spread out in all directions. Whoosh! When the bloody mist from the explosion of its physical body spread out, Yi Xian immediately waved his hand. The whistling of the wind resounded, and an incomparably majestic invisible force whistled out. Void. The majestic blood mist that was spreading in the air was immediately swept over and sent directly to the bottom of the central region volcano in the cauldron space. From then on, the blood essence condensation began. At the same time, a few portions of compressed heavenly Tao origin liquid shot over. It could be considered an additional gain, and Yi Xian absorbed them all into his body. Boom. At the same time, a blood-colored battle axe that was as large as a meteor and over 10 million kilometers long descended from the sky and struck Yi Xian's left shoulder. Although his physical body was incomparably strong, this blood-red battle axe was as heavy as a star, and there was a special light flickering on the axe blade. Obviously, it was extremely sharp. Therefore, when this axe chopped down, Yi Xian's left shoulder was immediately split open. The flesh was not shallow, and the golden shoulder bone inside could be seen. There was even golden blood sputtering out. It was simply a shocking sight. It was not a serious injury, just a minor injury, but it was not very good. It made Yi Xian, who was originally overbearing and arrogant, suddenly look extremely embarrassed. This made him extremely angry. With a flash of cold light in his eyes, Violent Bear immediately turned to look in the direction where the blood-red giant axe came from. This, more than 20 billion miles away in that direction, the figure of a remnant powerhouse could be seen. With a ferocious face, he was grinning at Yi Xian. It was a peak Tiandao at the great perfection of the 9th stage. Although he was a remnant powerhouse, his figure was tall and muscular, and his vitality was extremely rich. He was obviously an existence that was known for his strength. The blood-red battle axe that was now chopping Yi Xian's shoulder was his battle weapon. Its power was so strong that it made people look askance. Rumble. Turn. At the same time, Violent Bear raised his right hand, grabbed the handle of the blood-red battle axe, and directly pulled it off his left shoulder. Without the slightest hesitation, the power in his body was pushed to the extreme, and he directly threw it out with a backhand. A roar shook the sky in the void. The blood-red battle axe that was tens of millions of miles long turned into a blood-red light. Its momentum was faster than when it came, and its aura was more fierce. 20 billion miles away, the remnant Tiandao, who was grinning at Yi Xian, had a drastic change in his expression, and his figure was about to retreat in an instant. However, he soon realized that it was too late. His chi was locked, and no matter which direction he retreated in, he could not avoid the blood-red battle axe that was shooting at him. Even more, what made him despair was that the speed of this battle axe was far from what an ordinary peak Tiandao could compare to. Even if he fully activated the power in his body, he could not compare at all. How can you be so strong as a peak Tiandao who is also at the peak of the 9th stage? No! Bang! Under the despair in his heart, the remnant of the heavenly Tao raised his head and let out an unwilling roar. However, before he could finish speaking, Yi Xian shook his hand and threw the blood-colored battle axe in front of him. The blood-colored battle axe directly exploded into a bloody mist that spread out. This time, because the distance was too far, Yi Xian was too lazy to collect the majestic bloody mist that was formed after his body exploded. In any case, it was just a remnant Tiandao. No matter how rich his vitality was, he could not refine a Tiandao blood essence, so it was a waste to waste it. Roar. Damn guy, you actually injured this venerable. At practically the exact same moment, a furious roar that shook the heavens suddenly exploded in the space over 100 billion kilometers to the right, and it was closely followed by a roar that was filled with boundless indignation. In just a short while, the majestic energy formed by the explosion of the level 31 primordial pellet had already dissipated. Even the might of the pill tribulation that descended from the primordial void had also dissipated. The chaotic void that originally enveloped an area of 10 billion miles gradually calmed down, and the figure of the netherwolf appeared. It was tens of thousands of miles long, and its originally pitch-black fur without a single strand of mixed hair was clearly nearly half stained with blood, exuding a black-gold aura. The majestic energy formed by the explosion of the level 31 primordial pellet and the pill tribulation contained pure primordial chi. He was caught off guard and was injured. Although he was not seriously injured, from the few huge wounds on his body, his injuries were clearly not light. It should be between a serious injury and a light injury. At this moment, as the raging and violent energy dissipated, the figure of the nether wolf appeared and immediately locked onto Yi Xian's figure and chi. A pair of blood-red eyes revealed endless resentment, and the voice of the divine sense was so cold that it sent chills down one's spine. Wild Bear, you have successfully angered this venerable. Seeing that you are still useful, I will not kill you today, but you can't escape even if you have wings. Who said that this venerable is going to escape? Yi Xian sneered and suddenly waved his hand. The voice of the divine sense was filled with endless disdain. Today, fellow Taoists from all over have gathered here. It's a rare occasion. This venerable wants to take this opportunity to charge into the supreme primordial void after the heavenly Tao. Chapter 5162. Who said I'm going to escape? Yi Xian sneered and suddenly waved his hand. His divine sense voice was filled with endless disdain. It's a rare occasion for all the fellow Taoists to gather here today. I want to take this opportunity to break through to the supreme primordial chaos after the heavenly Tao. Whoosh, hualala. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Xian immediately made his move. A ray of light shot out. It was incomparably dazzling. As it expanded in the wind, the sound of waves of flames could be heard. This 10-colored ray of light turned into a gorgeous 10-colored sea of flames. And in half a breath, it expanded and shrank, turning into a gigantic 10-colored fireball with a diameter of 100 million kilometers. Yi Xian, who was in the form of a violent bear, was completely enveloped and disappeared. All of this had been prepared by Yi Xian. He had long expected that the appearance of the level 31 primordial chaos pill would definitely attract the primordial chaos pill tribulation. The terrifying power of the primordial chaos pill tribulation would definitely attract the heavenly Tao's old monsters and the 13 old monsters of primordial chaos from the left bank. Once the old monsters of primordial chaos arrived, he would no longer be able to escape. Even the interstellar coordinate jump ability of the system in his body would not be activated again. Even if the number of heavenly Tao old monsters increased to more than 100, they would still be able to cause complete chaos in the void, causing Yi Xian to lose the chance to activate the interstellar coordinate jump ability that was attached to the system in his body and escape. So, Yi Xian didn't have the chance to activate the interstellar coordinate jump ability within his body. Therefore, after deriving the perfect pill formula of the level 31 primordial chaos pill, even if Yi Xian had already gathered all the ingredients needed to refine a primordial chaos pill, he had not started refining it. While he was constantly searching for the top 10 beasts on the heavenly Tao's ferocious beast list on the left bank and fighting with these powerful ferocious beast old monsters. He used this method to seek opportunities to break through as soon as possible. Straight now that his cultivation had finally reached the pinnacle of the heavenly Tao realm, he could consume a grade 31 primordial chaos pellet and break through to the primordial chaos Tao realm. Only then did he begin to refine the primordial chaos pellet. Now, the appearance of the primordial pill was just as Yi Xian had guessed. It had attracted a large number of heavenly Tao old monsters, including the primordial chaos old monsters who came after the heavenly Tao. The nether wolf had only arrived first. The other 12 primordial chaos old monsters would arrive one after another. However, in the face of such a situation, even if he no longer had the opportunity to successfully break out of the encirclement, Yi Xian was not anxious at all. Here when he summoned the 10-colored flames, it turned into a sea of flames and formed a fireball that enveloped himself. In fact, it was a form of protection. Although Yi Xian was trapped here and could not leave, with the 10-colored flames, the heavenly Tao old monsters and primordial chaos old monsters outside could not do anything to him. They could only surround him heavily. Yi Xian, who was inside the 10-colored flames, would immediately consume a level 31 primordial chaos pellet under the protection of the fireball and break through to the primordial chaos realm after the heavenly Tao realm. Once he successfully broke through, he would become a supreme existence of the great Tao realm. Even if he removed the 10-colored flames that protected him, he would no longer have to fear. Yes, Yi Xian was well aware of all this, but the various heavenly Tao old monsters in the void outside the 10-colored flames, including the primordial chaos old turtle, the heaven-suppressing sacred ape, and the nether wolf, were all kept in the dark. At this moment, when they heard Yi Xian say such grand words, that he had just refined the primordial chaos pellet, he was actually going to break through in public and break through to the primordial chaos Tao realm after the heavenly Tao realm, and he had even summoned the 10-colored flames that was a legendary existence even in the endless years of the primordial era. The old monsters of the heavenly Tao were stunned at first, but then their bodies trembled violently. Their expressions changed drastically as they sucked in cold breaths. Cries of shock that were like a tide instantly resounded in the sky and earth, filling the entire vast void. Heavens, the nether wolf is actually in such a sorry state, almost to the point of being heavily injured. This is a primordial chaos old monster after the heavenly Tao, a supreme existence of the great Tao realm. He was actually caught off guard and injured by the violent bear. This is truly heaven-defying, breaking through to the primordial chaos realm. This violent bear has such big words, he actually wants to break through to the primordial chaos Tao realm in public. Wasn't the primordial chaos pellet he just refined already destroyed? Furthermore, even with such a heaven-defying treasure pill, it would take at least 100 years to successfully break through. Where did he get the confidence to break through in public? 10-colored flames? Hiss, this is the legendary top-notch flame, even the Shenong 9-colored flames is far inferior to it, and it actually appeared. Where did this violent bear come from? He actually has such a strange flame in his hand, but he has always been unknown. This is simply impossible, too strange. This venerable one has a bad feeling, as if everything that happened today had already been planned. From the beginning to the end, this violent bear did not panic in the slightest. Could it be that everything was within his expectations or even control? If that's really the case, then it's too terrifying. At the very least, it means that he has a certain degree of confidence in successfully breaking through. Heavens, this is too shocking. What a familiar feeling, as though I've seen it before. Furthermore, the 10 colored flames are too stunning. I have a bold guess. Could it be formed from the fusion of the Shunnong 9 colored flames and the Red Lotus karmic fire? Are you saying that this violent bear is actually the magic hall's owner, Yi Xian? Heavens, we actually forgot about him. Although the possibility isn't high, it's definitely not impossible. If the violent bear is really the magic hall's owner, Yi Xian, in disguise, how did he return from the primordial chaos turbulence? A heavenly Tao realm expert shouldn't have such means. Roar, screech, screech, along with the earth-shattering cries of astonishment, the abyss wolf, who had suddenly fallen into a daze, finally regained his senses. He raised his head and let out a vicious howl. The killing intent in his body had reached its peak at this moment. 10 colored flames? It's actually 10 colored flames. Darn it, it must be you. You actually returned from the primordial chaos turbulence. As a peak heavenly Tao realm expert who had reached the great circle of the 9th step millions of years ago, he naturally knew how terrifying the 10 colored flames were. Even a great Tao expert at the primordial chaos realm wouldn't dare touch it lightly. In other words, he could only watch as the suspected magic hall's owner, Yi Xian, roamed freely under the protection of the 10 colored flames. However, he was completely helpless and could do nothing. At the same time, inside the 10 colored flames, Yi Xian immediately returned to his human form. With a wave of his hand, he brought out the Shunnong treasured cauldron. With a flash, he appeared at the cauldron's mouth, which was shrouded in 9-colored fog. He sat down cross-legged. Phew. Phew. This breakthrough was a decision he made after careful consideration. Therefore, there was no reason for him to hesitate. With a wave of his hand, the sound of something tearing through the air could be heard. Streaks of light shot out. They were all resources he retrieved from the undying world in his body. He was going to use them for this breakthrough. Not only were there 10 heavenly Tao blood essences, they were all top-grade items. The most important resource was a level 31 primordial chaos pill. In order to ensure success, Yi Xian had invested a lot in this breakthrough. He couldn't fail. He had to succeed. Inside the 10 colored flames, the Shunnong treasured cauldron floated in the center. Yi Xian, who had returned to his human form, sat cross-legged at the mouth of the cauldron, which was shrouded in 9-colored fog. In front of him floated a large amount of top-grade cultivation resources, including a level 31 primordial chaos pill. These resources were all prepared for this closed-door cultivation to break through to the great Tao realm. After everything was ready, Yi Xian's eyes flashed. The power of the cauldron's domain was activated. All the cultivation resources were compressed to the size of a nascent soul fist and swallowed into his stomach. Then, some of the cultivation resources melted in Yi Xian's mouth. A majestic river of energy quickly flowed through Yi Xian's body. The expected sound of chains rattling could be heard. There was only one shackle this time. However, it was much thicker than before. It was almost as thick as the spine of Yi Xian's physical body. After all, he was going to break through to the primordial chaos Tao realm after the heavenly Tao realm. It was only natural that such a thick shackle would appear in his body. However, Yi Xian didn't take it to heart. No matter how thick it was just a shackle. As long as he could tear it apart, he would be able to break through successfully. From then on, his cultivation would break through to the heavenly Tao realm and enter the primordial chaos realm after the heavenly Tao realm. From then on, he would become a supreme existence at the great Tao realm. He quickly calmed himself down and threw away all the distracting thoughts in his mind. Closing his eyes, he immediately activated the huge river of energy that had just formed in his body. It began to circulate in the hundreds of meridians in his body over and over again. This time, other than the chaos medicine and other top-grade cultivation resources that were usually used for breaking through, Yi Xian not only swallowed 10 supreme-grade heavenly Dao blood essences, but he also swallowed a level 31 primordial chaos pill. In addition, the breakthrough this time was to break through to the primordial chaos Dao realm after the heavenly Dao realm. The shackles in his body were extremely thick. Therefore, as the large circulation started, Yi Xian's meridians, limbs, and bones instantly felt an intense pain. It was so intense that even he almost couldn't bear it. However, he gritted his teeth and forced himself to endure it. Gradually, the beads of cold sweat on Yi Xian's forehead disappeared. His tightly knitted brows also slowly relaxed. He forgot about the pain and gradually entered a good state. Then, as time passed, he sat cross-legged at the mouth of the Shunnong treasured cauldron. His body glowed with endless light. He had completely forgotten about everything else and had completely lost consciousness of time. After an unknown amount of time, the great river of energy formed in the meridians in his body was finally completely refined. After that, with just one strike of the accumulated energy, the incomparably thick shackles broke with a sound. At this moment, the anticipated system notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the ancient Dongshu technique. Current realm, level 1 of the primordial chaos. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the ancient Dongshu technique. Current realm, level 1 of the primordial chaos. Level 1 of the primordial chaos. He had finally broken through to the heavenly Dao realm and stepped into the primordial chaos Dao realm after the heavenly Dao realm. This was the highest level of cultivation in the primordial chaos void. Even the 3,000 chaos demon gods that were born at the beginning of each primordial chaos era were only at this level of cultivation. Also, in other words, the current Yi Xian was already standing on the same level as the chaos demon gods. Of course, even in the primordial chaos realm, there were strong and weak. He had just broken through, and his cultivation was at level 1 of the primordial chaos Dao realm, the weakest existence in the primordial chaos Dao realm. This matter in fact, among the chaos demon gods, even if they were at the peak of the primordial chaos great Dao realm, there were strong and weak existences. This was related to the power of the primordial chaos law that they controlled. Dang! However, the peak of the primordial chaos great Dao realm was still too far away from the current Yi Xian. He had just entered this realm and was only at level 1 of the primordial chaos great Dao realm. However, he still had the bloodline ability of the 9 devil ape transformation. After activating it, his cultivation level would increase by a small level. After that, each transformation would increase his cultivation level by 1 level. Also, this meant that after the breakthrough, although Yi Xian's cultivation level was still at level 1 of the primordial chaos great Dao realm, after activating the bloodline ability of the 9 devil ape transformation, his cultivation level would instantly reach level 2 of the primordial chaos great Dao realm. If he were to use the bloodline ability of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape to the first transformation, his cultivation would increase by another level, reaching the 3rd level of the Grand Mist realm. At this rate, when he reached the 7th transformation, Yi Xian's cultivation would reach the peak of the 9th level of the Grand Mist realm. However, this should be the end. After the primordial chaos great Dao realm, there was still the supreme chaos great Dao realm. The 8th transformation would most likely be suppressed by the chaos great Dao realm, including the 9th transformation. No. It didn't matter. The primordial chaos great Dao realm was the highest cultivation level in the primordial chaos great Dao realm. In the entire primordial chaos great Dao realm, not a single chaos great Dao realm expert had been born in the primordial chaos great Dao realm for countless years. As long as Yi Xian was able to reach the peak of the great Dao of the 9th step of the Grand Mist realm, he would be able to run amok in this vast and boundless Grand Mist void. He would be able to sweep through everything without any fear. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian, who was sitting cross-legged at the mouth of the Shunnong treasured cauldron, suddenly opened his eyes. At this moment, although he had not activated the bloodline ability of the 9 devil ape transformation in his body, he already had a very strong intuition. The suppression of the great Tao that had always existed had completely disappeared as his cultivation level officially broke through to the primordial chaos great Tao realm. And moreover, perhaps it was because he had already broken through the heavenly Tao realm and entered the primordial chaos great Tao realm after the heavenly Tao realm, but he could clearly feel that the primordial chaos great Tao realm outside the treasured cauldron was surging into his body. It was slowly but continuously changing his physical body, and even his soul sea was undergoing a transformation and sublimation. Feeling the transformation of his soul sea and physical body, Yi Xian was enlightened. He understood that he could not activate the bloodline ability of the 9 devil ape transformation because he had just entered the primordial chaos great Tao realm. The primordial chaos great Tao realm outside the treasured cauldron was still changing his soul sea and physical body. This process was slow and long, and it was far from over. The strength of his physical body was only comparable to his actual cultivation level, which was the primordial chaos great Tao realm. If he forcefully activated the bloodline ability of the 9 devil ape transformation, his physical body would not be strong enough. Even if Yi Xian could display the strength of a primordial chaos great Tao realm level 2, he would not be able to maintain it for long. Moreover, it was very likely that it would affect his body to a certain extent because his physical body could not withstand this level of strength. Only just the activation of the 9 devil ape transformation's bloodline ability was already like this. If this bloodline ability was activated to the first transformation, the second transformation, or even higher levels, the situation would obviously be even more obvious. Mind upon realizing this, Yi Xian frowned and murmured worriedly, "It seems that activating the 9 devil ape transformation's bloodline ability will take some time. This is going to be troublesome." At the same time, outside the 10-colored fireball, as he successfully broke through and entered the primordial realm, becoming a supreme existence at the level of the great Tao, the heavenly Tao old monsters and the primordial chaos old monsters who gathered in the void around him also completely exploded in an instant. The primordial chaos Tao realm was no small matter. Even Hong Qiu, the ancestor of the remnant people from 1,000,000 years ago, had created the 9 heavens great Tao elixir, which allowed the 2 sides of the Milky Way to finally have the only supreme cultivation resource that was helpful for stepping into the primordial chaos Tao realm. However, even if there was enough 9 heavens great Tao elixir to consume, the peak of the heavenly Tao realm at the peak of the heavenly Tao realm would easily require millions of years to break through to the primordial chaos Tao realm after the heavenly Tao realm. The level 31 primordial chaos elixir refined by Yi Xian was clearly far more helpful in breaking through to the primordial chaos Tao realm than the 9 heavens great Tao elixir that Hong Qiu had created back then. In particular, the primordial chaos elixir that Yi Xian swallowed this time was an item that had undergone the baptism of the primordial chaos elixir tribulation. It could be said to be the best of the best, and its medicinal effects were even more prominent. Even so, after swallowing this primordial chaos elixir and going into seclusion in the 10-colored fireball, Yi Xian still spent nearly 2 years to break through to the primordial chaos Tao realm after the heavenly Tao realm. To break through the bottleneck of a major realm and spend 2 years in seclusion, this was indeed a little surprising to Yi Xian. He originally thought that he would be able to smoothly break through in about a year and come out of seclusion. However, to the various old monsters on the left bank of the Milky Way, the Netherwolf, and the other old monsters of primordial chaos after the heavenly Tao, this short 2 years was completely negligible. Compared to the 1,000,000 years after consuming the 9 heavens great Tao elixir, it was simply too fast. Over the years, there had been more and more old monsters gathered around this void. When Yi Xian took out the 10-colored flames and turned them into a fireball to protect himself, only the Netherwolf of the 13 old monsters of primordial chaos from the left bank of the Milky Way arrived. However, later on, the other 12 old monsters of primordial chaos arrived one after another, including the black-blooded blue crocodile that Yi Xian had met before. These 13 old monsters of primordial chaos stood guard in the void hundreds of billions of miles away from the 10-colored fireball. Each of them occupied a corner. This was the inner encirclement. Outside the outer encirclement was around 500 billion miles away from the 10-colored fireball in the void. Surrounding them were the old monsters of heavenly Tao from the various forbidden grounds of the ferocious beasts and the remnants of the heavenly Tao. There were both heavenly Tao ferocious beasts and remnants of the heavenly Tao. There were already more than 1,000 of them. Among them were the old turtle of primordial chaos and the sacred ape of primordial chaos, who had sworn brotherhood with Yi Xian not long ago. They were famous existences among the more than 1,000 old monsters of heavenly Tao. However, when faced with the nether wolf, the black-blooded blue crocodile, and the other old monsters of primordial chaos, they could only retreat to the second encirclement 500 billion miles away. In fact, other than the old monsters of heavenly Tao, there were also a large number of mighty figures and desolate venerables in the void a trillion miles away. They did not have the qualifications to participate in this matter at all. They could only watch from afar in the void a trillion miles away. Over the past 2 years, although the old monsters of heavenly Tao who were in the second encirclement 500 billion miles away did not have the qualifications or opportunity to make a move, the 13 old monsters of primordial chaos who were in the inner encirclement only a trillion miles away from the 10-colored fireball had all made a move without exception. However, the power of the 10-colored flame was too shocking. Just the Shunnong 9-colored flame was enough to make all the old monsters of the heavenly Tao fear it. After reaching the level of the 10-colored flame, even the old monsters of the heavenly Tao would not dare to touch it lightly. Therefore, even though the 13 old monsters of primordial chaos had all tried to attack the 10-colored fireball, wanting to destroy it and capture Yi Xian who was protected by the fireball, they only used various long-range attacks from 100 billion miles away. They did not dare to directly approach and face the 10-colored fireball head-on. Although this long-range energy attack was extremely terrifying because it came from the hands of the old monsters of primordial chaos, it could only make the 10-colored fireball's flame wall shake violently. In fact, over the past 2 years, although the 10-colored fireball's flame wall shook violently from time to time, under the protection of the Shunnong Cauldron's domain, the 10-colored fireball had never truly collapsed. All of this, Yi Xian, who was sitting cross-legged in the 10-colored fireball at the mouth of the Shunnong Cauldron that was shrouded in 9-colored fog, had already expected this before he entered seclusion. But, as his seclusion began, his mind was completely immersed in it. Gradually, he forgot everything around him. Yi Xian no longer sensed anything that was happening outside the fireball. He was completely unaware of it. From then on, time slowly passed. Yi Xian's body was filled with top-grade resources like the Chaos Herbs, Heavenly Tao Blood Essence, and a level 31 Primordial Chaos Pill. They were gradually refined in his limbs and meridians, fusing into his body. During this process, his sea of consciousness and body were undergoing a baptism and transformation, transforming from the Heavenly Tao realm to the Primordial Chaos realm. Following that, with the advancement of this transformation, Yi Xian's body began to emit the primordial chaos aura after the heavenly Tao. It was very weak in the beginning, but it continued to rise. Later on, it became richer. The rich primordial chaos aura emitted from the Shunnong Cauldron that was shrouded in 9-colored fog. It reached the 10-colored fireball outside the cauldron and enveloped the 500 million kilometer void. Following that, it spread out from the fireball's void. It was first detected by the 13 old monsters of primordial chaos that were surrounding the fireball, causing their expressions to change abruptly. After a long while, it was detected by the 1,000-odd heavenly Tao old monsters in the second layer of the encirclement 500 billion kilometers away. When these heavenly Tao old monsters realized what was happening, their reactions were even more intense. Nearly all of them trembled violently as their breathing quickened. This was what they were most looking forward to. Unfortunately, it wasn't happening to them. 2 years passed in a flash. With the end of Yi Xian's seclusion, he successfully broke through the heavenly Tao and stepped into the primordial chaos realm, becoming a supreme existence at the great Tao level. The primordial chaos aura that emanated from his body finally reached a peak state. Rumble. Boom, at that moment, the primordial chaos void outside the 10-colored fireball sensed it. High in the dark void, there was suddenly an earth-shattering rumble of thunder without any warning. However, although the sound of the thunder was alarming, there wasn't a single tribulation cloud in the void. There was nothing. This was a sign that the primordial chaos lightning tribulation was about to descend. The primordial chaos lightning tribulation was not like the primordial chaos pill tribulation. Although the primordial chaos pill tribulation also contained the power of primordial chaos, its power was limited. It was between the heavenly Tao lightning tribulation and the primordial chaos lightning tribulation. The power of the primordial chaos lightning tribulation was even more powerful. It was a baptism and test that a peak heavenly Tao realm expert at the 9th stage of perfection would experience after successfully breaking through the heavenly Tao and stepping into the primordial chaos Tao realm. The appearance of this primordial chaos lightning tribulation meant that a primordial chaos old monster was about to appear. In other words, the violent bear in the 10-colored fireball had successfully broken through and stepped into the primordial chaos realm after a short 2 years of seclusion. These thoughts flashed through their minds. Whether it was the 13 old monsters of primordial chaos like the nether wolf and the black-blooded blue crocodile, or the 1,000-odd heavenly Tao old monsters in the second layer of encirclement, all of them trembled violently. Their expressions changed as they cried out involuntarily. Chapter 5163. Rumble. Boom. As Yi Xian broke through, the primordial void outside the 10-colored flameball sensed it. Without any warning, an earth-shattering thunderclap came from high up in the dark void. The sound of the thunder was extremely shocking, but there was not a single tribulation cloud in the void. It was empty. This was the sign that the primordial lightning tribulation was about to descend. His appearance meant that a grand mist old monster was about to appear in the world. In other words, the violent bear in the 10-colored flameball had successfully broken through and stepped into the primordial chaos realm after a short 2 years of seclusion. Brain. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, regardless of whether it was the nether wolf, the black-blooded blue crocodile, or the 1,000 over heavenly Tao old monsters in the second layer, all of them trembled violently. Their expressions changed as they cried out involuntarily. Heavens, the primordial lightning tribulation? This is the sign of a breakthrough. The 14th primordial chaos old monster on the left bank of the Milky Way has been born and is about to appear. It's only been 2 years. What kind of effect is this? It's simply too shocking. In just 2 years, he stepped into the primordial chaos realm from the peak of the 9th stage Great Perfection Heavenly Tao. When could the gap between the Great Tao be crossed so easily? Treasure pill. It must be the effect of that treasure pill. This violent bear refined more than one supreme treasure pill, at least 2. Before we arrived, one of them must have successfully passed the baptism of the pill tribulation and been kept by him. We didn't even see it. It can't be wrong, otherwise, that supreme treasure pill would have been detonated by him, almost causing the nether wolf to be heavily injured. If he only had this one treasure pill, how could the violent bear enter the great Tao primordial chaos after breaking through to the heavenly Tao? It's too terrifying. It only took a short 2 years for a peak 9th stage Great Perfection Heavenly Tao old monster to step into the primordial chaos realm. The medicinal effect of this supreme treasure pill is simply unheard of and unimaginable. There should be more than 2, right? One was detonated by him, and the other was swallowed by the violent bear himself. If there's a third, this old man's heart is beating so fast that it's about to jump out of his throat. Not to mention 3. Even if there are 30, so what? The violent bear is already a primordial chaos old monster above the heavenly Tao. Do you have the qualifications to covet the supreme treasure pill in his hands? So what if your grand mist old monster? After all, he has only just broken through, and there are now 13 great Tao realm experts of the same level as him surrounding the 10-colored fireball. Moreover, his cultivation has already stabilized after his breakthrough. Even if Wild Bear successfully broke through, he has no choice but to submit. If he really is the Demon Palace Master, Yi Xian, then today's matter will be even more difficult to resolve. His reputation is too fierce, and the threat is too strong. These 13 Grand Mist old monsters won't let him leave so easily. They might even suppress him on the spot. A true world-shaking battle is about to erupt. A clash between the Grand Mist level powerhouses? We don't want to be caught in the crossfire. Roar. Screech. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Cries of alarm echoed out like a tidal wave, as all these heavenly Tao beasts and old freaks threw their heads back and roared wildly, retreating to avoid 1,000,000,000,000 miles away. While the supreme experts and desolate venerables, who were originally standing in the void 1,000,000,000,000 miles away, trembled violently. Their expressions changed drastically as they retreated once again, retreating to a distance of 2,000,000,000,000 miles away. There was nothing they could do. Even if it was a supreme expert or a desolate venerable, they were just ants to the grand mist eccentrics after the heavenly Tao. Once the grand mist level battle erupted, if they were too close, they might not even be able to withstand the aftershocks of the battle and could only retreat. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. In the blink of an eye, there were only 13 grand mist eccentrics left within a radius of 1 trillion kilometers around the 10-colored fireball. Even though this vast expanse of space had been emptied out, the atmosphere had become even more oppressive and oppressive. An iron-blooded killing intent that was so dense that it could not be dispersed was rapidly spreading. Swish, a faint sound of breaking through the air rang out. Yi Xian walked out of the cauldron that was shrouded in 9-colored fog. With a wave of his hand, he kept the Shunnong cauldron into his body. At that time, he was in his human form. He was dressed in a blue robe and looked extremely young and handsome. His expression was calm and his eyes were cold. Although there was no sadness or joy in them and he was like an ancient well without ripples, he imperceptibly emitted an oppressive aura that made others unable to look at him directly. Bai Yu Gang had just broken through, so the current Yi Xian could not activate the 9 Devil Ape transformation bloodline ability. Just after stepping into the Grand Mist realm, the invisible Grand Mist power drifting in the void was still changing his sea of consciousness and treasure body. This process was slow and long and was far from over. Now, the current him, the strength of his physical body was only compatible with his true realm, which was the Grand Mist level 1. If he forcibly activated the 9 Devil Ape transformation bloodline ability, because the strength of his physical body was not enough, even if Yi Xian could display the power of the Grand Mist level 2, he was afraid that he would not be able to last long. And it was very likely that it would have a certain impact on his body because his physical body could not withstand this level of power. Only, just activating the 9 Devil Ape transformation bloodline ability was already like this. If this bloodline ability was displayed to the first transformation or even higher level, the situation would obviously be even more serious. In other words, his current true battle strength was only the same as his cultivation realm, the Grand Mist level 1. Only with the continuous advancement of the transformation of his sea of consciousness and physical body to a certain extent could he activate the 9 Devil Ape transformation bloodline ability and possess the power of the Grand Mist level 2. Then, the first transformation, the second transformation, until the final transformation of his sea of consciousness and physical body was completed, he would be able to withstand the peak power of the 9th transformation. And, if this transformation process was allowed to progress normally, it would obviously take a long time, but it doesn't matter. Yi Xian can use the battle to speed up the entire process. A Grand Mist level battle? So what if it's one against many? The more bloody the baptism, the faster the transformation process will be completed. Hualala, whoosh, as he muttered softly, a cold light flashed in Yi Xian's eyes. With a wave of his hand, the sound of waves of flames was heard. The 10-colored fireball that surrounded and protected him collapsed, turning into a majestic and endless sea of flames. Then, in an instant, it shrank to the extreme and turned into a 10-colored flame the size of a finger. It shot into the space between Yi Xian's eyebrows and disappeared. At this moment, as the 9-colored sea of flames disappeared, the void that was originally covered by the sea of flames was no longer blocked. Everything inside was revealed. In the empty space, there was only a single human figure standing there. He wore a blue robe and had his hands behind his back. His eyes were cold and his expression was devoid of sorrow or joy. It was Yi Xian. Look at this. When his figure appeared, it was no longer the violent cosmic bear that had rushed into the 10-colored fireball. The thousands of heavenly Tao's old monsters, the Almighties, and the barren supremacies in the void trembled violently. However, they had expected it. They sucked in cold breaths, and cries of surprise rose again. When the 10-colored fireball disappeared, the violent cosmic bear that had rushed into the 10-colored fireball was nowhere to be seen. Instead, the figure of a human powerhouse appeared. The thousands of heavenly Tao's old monsters, the Almighties, and the barren supremacies in the void were first stunned, then their bodies trembled violently. However, what appeared on their faces was that they had expected it. Then, as they sucked in cold breaths, cries of surprise rose again in the void. It's really him. I should have guessed it a long time ago. The master of the magic hall. Yi Xian. Although there are as many experts on the left bank as there are hairs on a cow, for so many years, there have been very few experts who can shake or even kill the top 10 beasts on the left bank's Heavenly Tao ferocious beast list. Previously, the master of the magic hall did it. Then, a violent cosmic bear appeared out of nowhere and was even more ferocious than him. This is not normal, I understand now. The reason why the pill tribulation descended 4 years ago was not because the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, had comprehended the secret method to refine the 9 heavenly Tao treasured liquid left behind by the ancestor of the remnant people, Hong Qiu. That was only one aspect. More importantly, he had already comprehended the supreme pill formula of the primordial pill at that time, which led to the primordial pill tribulation. Hiss. It's too shocking. Just a pill formula is enough to cause the primordial pill tribulation to descend. No wonder the supreme pill he refined has such a miraculous effect. After swallowing it, a peak 9th stage great perfection heavenly Tao successfully broke through and stepped into the primordial Tao realm after the heavenly Tao realm in just 2 short years. Unfortunately, all of this has been exposed. Such a supreme pill is too shocking. Even a grand Tao realm existence in the primordial Tao realm cannot help but be moved. The master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, has just broken through. Facing the 13 old monsters of the primordial Tao realm who have already stabilized their realms, he is destined to be suppressed here today and fall into the miserable state of being suppressed for eternity. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Boom, in the next moment, along with the cries of surprise and lamentation in the surrounding void and the disappearance of the 10-colored fireball, the primordial Tao realm in the outside world seemed to have sensed it. Suddenly, in the dark void high above, an earth-shaking rumble of thunder suddenly sounded without warning. The sound of the thunder was incomparably shocking, but there was not a single tribulation cloud in the void. It was completely empty. This was the sign that the primordial lightning tribulation was about to descend. Subordinate Yi Xian's primordial lightning tribulation moved. Look. When it arrived at Yi Xian, the 13 old monsters of the primordial Tao realm who were surrounding the void were all stunned, and their expressions were all different. Among them, the expressions of the nether wolf and the black-blooded blue crocodile were the most unsightly. They were so black that it was almost possible to squeeze water out of them. Among the 13 old monsters of the primordial Tao realm, the 2 of them were the earliest to appear in the world. However, in reality, the strength of the 13 old monsters was basically the same. This was because all of them had just broken through to the primordial Tao realm and had only come out of seclusion after stabilizing their cultivation. It had only been slightly more than a year since they appeared in the world. In terms of cultivation, the 13 old fellows were all at the first level of the primordial Tao realm. Although there were differences in strength, there was not much difference between them. They were basically evenly matched. Therefore, when the news of the arrival of the nether wolf and the black-blooded blue crocodile, the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, a peak 9th stage heavenly Tao realm expert, escaping from under their noses, almost all of the other 11 old fellows had mocked and ridiculed. The strength of the 3 old fellows was equal. None of them feared the other, and none of them were willing to submit to the other. Although the nether wolf and the black-blooded blue crocodile were furious, they could do nothing to the other 11 old fellows. They imperceptibly placed this debt on Yi Xian's head, and their resentment towards him could be said to be extremely deep. Originally, they thought that Yi Xian had voluntarily exiled himself to the primordial chaos and was no longer able to return. Thus, although they felt hatred in their hearts, they slowly forgot about this matter. But now, not only had Yi Xian returned, he had even used the identity of the violent starry sky bear to wreak havoc on the left bank and deceived them. This was simply hateful, and it made the 2 of them suddenly feel as if they had been played once again. Especially the nether wolf, he had been tricked by Yi Xian in public 2 years ago. At the price of self-destructing a primordial chaos pellet, he was almost heavily injured. At that time, Yi Xian had not yet entered seclusion, and was not a primordial chaos old monster. He was merely a peak heavenly Tao at the 9th level of perfection. This matter would definitely cause him to be ridiculed by the other old monsters. Even the black-blooded blue crocodile, who had been ridiculed with him earlier, would very likely join in and ridicule him in order to divert the attention of the other old monsters. All of this made the nether wolf so furious that he was about to explode. When he saw Yi Xian's figure appear, he raised his head and roared, "It's you?" Roar. Rumble. Without further ado, just as the roar sounded out, his figure, which was tens of thousands of kilometers long, shot out like a meteor. His speed was extremely fast as he charged towards Yi Xian. After reaching the primordial chaos Great Tao realm, regardless of whether it was a ferocious beast or a remnant, the size of their body could be as large as a star domain, and the size of a speck of dust. The nether wolf's current size was just a casual result. Although the heavenly Tao ferocious beasts in the surrounding void were all tens of millions of kilometers in size, in terms of aura and strength, they could not be compared at all. At this moment, he roared in fury, and the power in his body was pushed to the limit. His speed was too fast, and his power was too violent. Wherever his body passed, the void would rapidly collapse. Such a powerful aura caused even the expressions of the thousands of heavenly Tao old monsters in the distance to change. However, the primordial lightning tribulation of the magic hall master, Yi Xian, was about to descend, but the nether wolf was not afraid. He had also experienced the primordial lightning tribulation, and he had withstood it then. Although he had suffered quite a few injuries 2 years ago, in the netherwolf's opinion, his full-strength attack in anger, coupled with the power of the primordial lightning tribulation, was definitely enough to kill the magic hall master, Yi Xian, in an instant. Although 2 years was too short and his injuries had yet to recover, facing the primordial lightning tribulation was not a matter of life and death. The impact and threat was not small. After all, he had not reached the second level of the primordial lightning tribulation. However, as long as his opponent died, the primordial lightning tribulation would disperse. This was a great tribulation that belonged to the magic hall master, not him. Therefore, he didn't have the slightest bit of worry. He was determined to kill Yi Xian in front of everyone and wash away his humiliation. Of course, after killing his opponent, it was only right for him to smoothly obtain his storage magic treasure and various secret treasures. "I was thinking that you looked familiar, but I recognized you when you barked. I didn't expect you to be, you old dog." Yi Xian had naturally recognized the nether wolf long ago. At this moment, he said this on purpose to provoke him. Crack, a woo. Before he finished speaking, Yi Xian had already waved his hand. At this moment, the spiritual lightning technique was fully activated. Without any warning, a blood-red bolt of lightning appeared out of thin air above the netherwolf's head. It was hundreds of millions of kilometers in diameter, and with a clear cracking sound, it instantly enveloped the netherwolf's enormous body and drowned it. An exceedingly shrill howl sounded out as a mist of blood exploded out. At this moment, the netherwolf had been caught off guard and unexpectedly bled. Even though it hadn't perished, its injuries from before hadn't healed, and now that new injuries had been added to it, it was probably to the extent of being heavily injured. Catcher, a woo. In the next moment, Yi Xian waved his hand, and without any warning, a blood-red bolt of lightning appeared out of thin air above the netherwolf's head. With a diameter of hundreds of millions of kilometers, it exploded with a clear cracking sound. In an instant, it enveloped the netherwolf's enormous body and drowned it. An incomparably mournful howl rang out as a bloody mist exploded. The netherwolf was completely caught off guard and unexpectedly bled. Although it did not die, its previous injuries had not healed. Now that it was injured again, it was likely that it had reached the level of serious injury. As expected, 2 years ago, Yi Xian had yet to break through and was not at the primordial realm. With his cultivation at the peak of the 9th stage, even if he used the spiritual lightning technique with all his might, it would be impossible for him to hurt the nether wolf. This was because the blood-red lightning could not hit the target at all. Before it appeared, there would be a warning and the nether wolf would avoid it. However, now, Yi Xian had already broken through and stepped into the primordial realm. He had also become an existence at the Great Tao level. When he used it with all his might, the power of the spiritual lightning technique was already worlds apart from before. Although he had just broken through and his realm had not completely stabilized, the netherwolf was only at the first level of the primordial realm. Yi Xian had always been invincible among his peers. Even if his realm had not stabilized, he was not weaker than the nether wolf in a head-on battle. However, therefore, a casual spiritual lightning technique had caused the nether wolf to suffer new injuries and be heavily injured. There was no suspense at all. Yi Xian was certain that this would be the result he had long expected. "Awu, you actually injured this venerable? Damn it. This is simply damnable." In next to no time, the sea of lightning formed from the blood-red lightning dispersed, and the nether wolf's figure was revealed. Half of its body was completely covered in a golden-red color, and this scene caused the figures of the experts in the distance to shake violently while their expressions changed violently. However, he was only heavily injured. This spiritual lightning technique was not enough to cause the death of a primordial realm-old monster who had stabilized his realm. As the sea of lightning dissipated, the nether wolf raised its head and let out a mournful howl. At the same time, the voice of the divine sense was transmitted, and its figure flashed once again, charging toward Yi Xian. He was furious. He did not even care about his current state of heavy injuries. His eyes were blood-red, and his only thought was to kill Yi Xian on the spot. "Since you want to die, then this lord will send you on your way." Boom! When he saw this scene, a cold light flashed in Yi Xian's eyes. He spoke softly, and with a sway of his body, he had already transformed into a starry sky berserk ape. His body was also tens of millions of kilometers long, about the same size as the nether wolf. When he punched out, a terrifying aura swept out, and the space within a radius of 10 billion kilometers was instantly thrown into chaos. Rumble. Boom! At the same time, Yi Xian's primordial lightning tribulation also exploded under the detection of the void. Suddenly, an earth-shattering rumble of thunder came from high up in the dark void without any warning. An invisible force of lightning enveloped the 10 billion kilometers of void where Yi Xian and the nether wolf were fighting. Its momentum was incomparably shocking, causing the place to become even more chaotic. Although there was not a single tribulation cloud in the void, and there was nothing there, only a violent and endless power wreaking havoc. However, there was an invisible and terrifying aura that could destroy the heavens and earth. Even the thousands of heavenly Dao's old monsters who had already retreated 1,000,000,000,000 kilometers away were shocked. When they regained their senses, they cried out involuntarily, "Hiss! The nether wolf is actually heavily injured. It's only been a single exchange." He was careless. Perhaps in his consciousness, he still thought that the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, was the peak of the heavenly Dao back then. Before he could change his mind, he was hit head-on. The current master of the magic hall is also the old monster of primordial chaos after the heavenly Dao. His spiritual lightning technique is impossible to guard against, and there are no signs at all. On the same level of foundation, even the old monster of primordial chaos would have a headache and fear. He was too rash. Right now, the nether wolf is already heavily injured. If he was only facing the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, who had just broken through and had not completely stabilized his realm, then it would be fine. However, he was currently undergoing the primordial lightning tribulation, and the nether wolf was entangled with him in battle. His aura would definitely be locked onto by the primordial lightning tribulation. The final outcome of this battle is really too difficult to predict. I still don't think that the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, will be able to inflict more injuries on the nether wolf. Even if he can cause the nether wolf to suffer new injuries, the latter is not a stupid person. He will realize that the situation is not good and will definitely retreat when the situation is not good. Furthermore, the outcome of this battle will definitely cause the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, to be injured. When that time comes, the other 12 old monsters of primordial chaos will be able to easily suppress him. In the end, the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian's fate has already been decided. There is no way to change it, and there is no way to reverse it. No matter how ferocious he is now, it is only a final struggle before he is suppressed. Roar, roar, rumble. Along with the cries of alarm in the surrounding void, the old monsters from all sides surrounded the battlefield that spanned billions of miles. Although the aura was still extremely chaotic and nothing could be seen, only a chaotic and violent energy was surging and wreaking havoc. However, amidst this shockingly violent aura, the roars of the violent ape and the howls of the nether wolf could be heard from time to time. Mixed within it was the earth-shattering rumbling of thunder. Just from this point alone, one could imagine the terrifying might of the battle between Yi Xian and the underworld wolf at the pinnacle of the battle. Gradually, the raging aura of this berserk strength chi became more and more intense. However, The cries of alarm that came from all directions slowly stopped. Far away, 3 to 4 trillion miles away, the almighty experts and desolate venerables from the ominous beast forbidden lands and the remnant star area on the left bank held their breaths and opened their eyes wide. They didn't want to miss a single moment as they paid close attention to the battle. Although they couldn't see anything, this was a battle of the great Tao at the Grand Mist level. It was rare for them to witness it. A little closer, in the void 1 trillion miles away, the 1,000 or so heavenly Tao-old monsters were so excited that their bodies were trembling slightly. Due to the close distance and the fact that their cultivation levels were higher, they could more or less comprehend some things. This, a battle of the great Tao at the level of Hongmeng, had a special enlightenment to them. Even if they didn't gain much, it was already rare and precious. As for nearby, 200 billion miles away, the 12 Grand Mist old monsters all frowned. Their expressions became more and more serious and uneasy. Time passed. Time passed slowly. Unknowingly, half an incense stick of time had passed. Bam! A woo! Right at this moment, in the central region, a shocking explosion suddenly sounded out. Following that, the miserable howls of the nether wolf could be heard. It was unprecedentedly mournful, rumble. At this moment, the last bolt of invisible lightning struck down, and the primordial lightning tribulation that belonged to Yi Xian dissipated. The entire void suddenly fell into silence. At the same time that the storm stopped, a figure walked out from the gradually weakening aura. It was Yi Xian. Bam! A woo! Up ahead, in the central region where the great battle was taking place, a shocking explosion suddenly rang out, and right after that, the miserable howls of nether wolves rang out. It was unprecedentedly miserable and shrill. Rumble. At this moment, the last bolt of invisible lightning struck down, and the primordial lightning tribulation that belonged to Yi Xian dissipated. The entire void suddenly fell into silence. At the same time that the storm stopped, a figure walked out from the gradually weakening aura. It was Yi Xian. At this moment, the cultivation aura that emanated from his body was clearly much more condensed and powerful than when the battle started half an incense stick of time ago. Before this battle, Yi Xian had just broken through, and his realm had not stabilized, so he could not activate the 9 Devil Ape transformations bloodline ability. Because he had just stepped into the primordial realm, the invisible primordial energy drifting in the void outside the treasured cauldron was still changing his sea of consciousness and treasured body. This process was slow and long, and it was far from over. At that time, the strength of his physical body was only compatible with his true realm, which was the first level of the primordial realm. If Yi Xian forcefully activated the bloodline ability of the 9 Devil Ape transformations, because his physical body was not strong enough, even if he could use the power of the second level of the primordial realm, he would not be able to last long. Extremely, it might have a certain effect on his body, because his physical body could not withstand this level of power, but after half an incense stick of time, his realm had stabilized. Although he could not use the first transformation, just activating the bloodline ability of the 9 Devil Ape transformations was no longer a problem. Activating the bloodline ability of the 9 Devil Ape transformations could instantly raise his cultivation realm by a small level. At the last moment of the battle, Yi Xian had obtained the power of the second level of the primordial realm. Unless it was a sneak attack, it was basically impossible for a second level of the primordial realm to explode a first-level expert with one punch. But at that time, Ming Lang was already seriously injured, and in addition to the fact that he had been fighting with Yi Xian all this time, he had a clear understanding of his strength. He simply did not expect that he could suddenly raise his cultivation realm by a level in the middle of the battle, so when Yi Xian punched out, Ming Lang underestimated his opponent and did not treat it seriously at all. By the time he realized that something was wrong, everything was already too late. With this punch, Ming Lang exploded, his body exploding into a majestic blood mist that was absorbed by Yi Xian with a wave of his hand and sent to the fire pool at the bottom of the volcano in the central region of the Shunnong treasured cauldron to condense the blood essence. But the majestic blood mist formed by the explosion of a primordial realm ferocious beast's body would surely be able to be refined into a primordial blood essence. This was too precious, and Yi Xian was extremely delighted. After the primordial realm was the final level of the supreme primordial realm. Even though Yi Xian had just stepped into the primordial realm and was completely unaware of the supreme primordial realm after the primordial realm, this primordial blood essence would surely be of great use in the future, so he kept it in his possession. Primordial realm experts were too rare, so every single primordial blood essence was a supreme resource that was rare and precious. Of course, besides this primordial blood essence, Yi Xian had other gains from this battle. The Heavenly Dao Quintessence Elixir and even the 9 Grand Dao Treasured Elixir in Ming Lang's possession were included. Besides that, there were also some other top-rate cultivation resources. Everything was taken away by Yi Xian with a wave of his hand as the spoils of war. At this moment, Yi Xian, who was in his ape form, walked out of the violent energy that was gradually calming down. His treasured body was completely unharmed, and his eyes flickered with a blazing bright light. Moreover, the aura of his cultivation that effused out from his body had clearly attained the 2nd level of the primordial realm. Such a cultivation was world-shocking. After all, even the 3,000 chaotic fiend gods that were born at the beginning of the primordial era were practically all at the 1st level of the primordial realm. Moreover, only a few amongst them possessed a cultivation at the 2nd level of the primordial realm as soon as they were born. In other words, Yi Xian's current strength could be considered to be at the top even amongst those 3,000 chaotic fiend gods. Even though there were still 12 formidable primordial realm experts standing guard in the surroundings, and they were only 100,000 kilometers away from Yi Xian in space, all 12 of them were at the 1st level of the primordial realm without exception. Even though there was a slight difference in their combat strengths, the difference wasn't great. Even the strongest amongst them was still quite a distance away from attaining the 2nd level of the primordial realm. Exchanging in other words, the current Yi Xian was definitely worthy of being called the strongest person in this vast and boundless primordial chaos void. Even among the old monsters of primordial chaos that had just been born, he was still able to stand out from the crowd. Such supreme grace and unparalleled dominance. As soon as his figure appeared, the cultivation in his body spread out, instantly causing the thousands of Heavenly Dao's old monsters to tremble in unison. Even more so, even this ancient primordial realm void seemed to tremble slightly at this moment, as if it was throbbing in fear of Yi Xian's current terrifying cultivation. Even further away, the mighty figures and desolate venerables from the ominous beast Forbidden Grounds and the remnant star domain on the left bank were so frightened that their knees went weak. If they hadn't clenched their teeth and held on, they would have knelt down on the spot. Although the 1st level of the primordial realm and the 2nd level of the primordial realm were both at the early stage of the primordial realm, and there was only a small difference between them. However, the aura and pressure were completely different. The invisible deterrent force against the mighty figures and desolate venerables had increased by more than several times. The 12 Grand Mist old monsters, who were only 200 billion kilometers away from Yi Xian, saw that he had walked out of the violent battle by himself, and that the cultivation aura in his body had become so powerful in a short period of time for an incense stick to burn. Similarly, everyone's bodies trembled violently, and their expressions changed drastically as they gasped and cried out involuntarily. What happened? The Nether Wolf actually died. How is this possible? In just a short period of time, the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, killed the Nether Wolf. This is simply heaven-defying, too shocking. Although the Nether Wolf is already heavily injured and has to endure the might of the primordial lightning tribulation with him, it is still a supreme primordial realm great Dao. Even if it is killed, it is impossible to end everything in such a short period of time. The 2nd level of the primordial realm, heavens, the cultivation aura emanating from his body has actually reached the 2nd level of the primordial realm. What exactly happened? All of this is simply like an illusion. It is simply unrealistic, but it really happened. In just a short period of time, the master of the magic hall, who had just broken through and stepped into the primordial Dao realm, actually became a terrifying existence at the 2nd level of this realm. When did it become so easy to advance in the primordial realm? This old man has heard before that the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, has a very heaven-defying bloodline ability that can forcefully raise one's cultivation by an entire realm. Moreover, there is no time limit. It seems like this is most likely the reason. This child cannot be left alive, that's right. If he continues to grow, we will all be killed by him one by one in the future. Let's join hands and take advantage of the fact that he has yet to mature to kill him here today. Raw. Ruthless. M. Chapter 5164. As Yi Xian killed the underworld wolf, his own cultivation rose to the second level of Grand Mist. The 12 Grand Mist old monsters, who were only 200 billion kilometers away from him, all trembled violently. Their expressions changed drastically as they sucked in a cold breath and cried out involuntarily, "I've heard that the Magic Hall's master, Yi Xian, has a heaven-defying bloodline ability that can forcefully raise one's cultivation by a large realm. Furthermore, there's no time limit. From the looks of it, this child cannot be left alive. That's right. If he continues to grow, we will all be killed by him one by one in time. Let's join forces and take advantage of the fact that he has yet to mature to kill him here today." Raw. Ruthless. As the exclamations rang out, the 12 Grand Mist old freaks instantly reached a consensus. They wanted to join forces and kill Yi Xian before he fully matured. They were indeed frightened. On the one hand, it was because the nether wolf had been killed. On the other hand, it was because Yi Xian's cultivation speed was too shocking. Even in the heavenly Dao realm, breaking through a minor realm required a long time. While, after reaching the primordial Dao realm, breaking through a minor realm required an even longer period of time. It could easily take more than 100,000 years. While, Yi Xian had just broken through, and it had only been a great battle. In the time it took for an incense stick to burn, his originally unstable cultivation had already become incomparably solid, and he had even broken through from the first level of the Grand Mist realm to the second level of the Grand Mist realm. Even the word miracle wasn't enough to describe all of this. While they were envious, jealous, and resentful, they also felt an extremely strong sense of fear. Currently, Yi Xian was only at Grand Mist Stage 2. Although he was stronger than them, it was still possible to kill him if the 12 Grand Mist old freaks joined forces. However, if Yi Xian was given a little more time to grow to Grand Mist Stage 3 or even the mid-stage Grand Mist Stage 4, at that time, even if they joined forces, it was impossible for them to be Yi Xian's match. While, if they were targeted by Yi Xian alone, they would definitely perish after a huge battle. The slightest bit of carelessness could even result in instant death. They were all existences that had lived for countless years. They were born when the early primordial chaos era was ending and the middle was approaching. Just entering seclusion at the peak of the heavenly Dao realm at the 9th stage of perfection took them millions of years to break through to the primordial chaos great Dao realm. But, therefore, they cherished their lives and their cultivation Dao attainments more than anyone else. The more powerful an existence was, the more afraid they were of death. This was not without reason, because the more powerful an existence was, the more suffering they would have to go through. Naturally, they would cherish it even more. Therefore, in their eyes, the current Yi Xian had already become a huge threat, a true thorn in their side. No matter what, they had to join hands to kill him today. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to sleep and eat in peace. Boom. Rumble. With these thoughts flashing through their minds, the 12 powerful primordial chaos old freaks moved. Among them were remnant old freaks and supreme ferocious beasts. Although they were of different sizes, the cultivation auras that emanated from their bodies were extremely terrifying. Even heavenly Dao realm experts would tremble in fear when facing such a terrifying pressure. There was no way they could withstand it. Amidst heaven's frenzied roars, the void rapidly collapsed. Rumbling thunder resounded in all directions as the void within 1 trillion kilometers was completely enveloped by chaotic and violent forces. It was impossible to see anything. The 12 powerful primordial chaos old freaks gathered around Yi Xian and began a terrifying battle royal that had never been seen before in history. The scene was too shocking. It was just a chaotic battle between 13 people, but their auras wreaked havoc in the vast void that spanned 1 trillion kilometers. The mighty figures and desolate supremacies who were watching from afar were so frightened that they nearly fell to the ground. Without any hesitation, they turned and fled. They were 3 to 4 trillion kilometers away from Yi Xian's location in the void, but they still found it unsafe. They retreated once again and only stopped when they were 7 to 8 trillion kilometers away. They wore looks of horror as they looked back at the battle. As for the 1,000+ heavenly Dao old freaks that had retreated 1 trillion kilometers away, they nearly peed themselves in fright. This was a chaotic battle between 13 primordial chaos old freaks. The violent auras wreaked havoc at an alarming rate. The chaotic battle spanned 1 trillion kilometers, and its periphery was already right in front of them. If they were not careful, they would be implicated. When these primordial chaos old freaks engaged in a chaotic battle, they pushed their powers to their limits. Even if the remnant forces brushed past them, the outcome was certain that they would not be able to withstand it. It was only natural that they would be heavily injured on the spot. It was even possible that they would perish. Under such circumstances, no one wanted to be caught in the crossfire. The thousands of heavenly law ferocious beasts and the old monsters did not hesitate at all. They turned around and retreated immediately. They did not stop until they were 3 to 4 trillion miles away in the distant void. Then, they turned around and looked into the distance again. Although they were frightened and worried that they would be implicated, 3 to 4 trillion kilometers away should be considered a safe distance. After all, they were all heavenly Tao old freaks. Although they were far from being comparable to the primordial chaos old freaks, they were not as weak as ants. Furthermore, this kind of primordial mountain-level battle, especially the full-scale chaotic battle between 13 primordial chaos old freaks, had an equally shocking effect on them. Such as this opportunity was simply an opportunity for them. In the future, when they entered seclusion to break through to the primordial chaos great Tao realm, it was very likely that they would benefit from this battle and gain more enlightenment. Therefore, although they were a little afraid of such a battle, they would definitely not miss it. Even if there was a certain amount of danger, they would definitely stay far away and watch from afar with anxiety and excitement. Roar, screech, screech, boom, rumble. In the void, shocking roars and screeches could be heard from time to time. The rumbling of thunder was even more continuous, and it did not stop for even a second. Although, of course, they couldn't see anything in this battlefield that spanned a distance of 1 trillion miles. However, just from the sounds they could hear and the chaotic and violent aura in the void before them, they could imagine how astonishing this battle was. The aura in the entire vast void was too violent and chaotic. Even the void was constantly collapsing. Following that, under the influence of the powerful primordial chaos void law, it quickly healed. Then, due to the violent power of the chaotic battle, it would once again collapse and heal, and the cycle would repeat. Time slowly passed. Everything continued in a chaotic and violent manner. No one knew the details of the battle that was taking place in this chaotic void that spanned 1 trillion kilometers. However, one thing was certain, and that was that the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, was definitely still alive. Otherwise, the battle would not be so shocking. Roar. No. Unknowingly, 3 days had passed. At this moment, in the center of the chaotic battlefield, a shocking roar suddenly rang out. Tight. Following that, Yi Xian's excited voice rang out, revealing endless arrogance. The first transformation of the 9 devil ape transformations. Third order of primordial chaos. Roar. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and this shocking battle that was almost unprecedented in the history of the primordial chaos era continued. No one knew the details of the battle, but it was certain that the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, was still alive. Otherwise, the battle would not be so shocking. Roar. Suddenly, an earth-shattering roar came from the center of the chaotic battlefield where the aura was berserk. Tight. Following that, Yi Xian's excited voice rang out, revealing endless arrogance. The first transformation of the 9 devil ape transformations. Third order of primordial chaos. Roar. As the voice of his divine sense faded away, Yi Xian let out another roar. His aura was even more shocking than the previous roar, because at this moment, he had already stepped into the 3rd level of the Grand Mist realm from the 2nd level of the Grand Mist realm. When Yi Xian had just appeared from the 10-colored fireball, he had only smoothly broken through, and his realm had not yet stabilized. At that time, he was still unable to activate the 9 devil ape transformations bloodline ability because he had just stepped into the primordial chaos realm. The formless primordial chaos energy drifting in the void outside the treasure cauldron was still changing his spiritual sea and body. This process was slow and long, and was far from over. At that time, the strength of his physical body was only comparable to his actual realm, which was the first order of primordial chaos. Although he could forcibly activate the 9 Devil Ape transformations bloodline ability, his physical body was too weak. Even if Yi Xian could unleash the power of the second order of primordial chaos, he would not be able to maintain it for long. It was very likely that it would affect his body to a certain extent because his physical body could not withstand this level of power. After the intense battle with the Dark Wolf for half an incense stick's worth of time, Yi Xian's newly broken through cultivation had already stabilized. Although he was still unable to use the first transformation, merely activating the bloodline ability of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape was no longer a problem. As a result, his cultivation had also soared by a level, reaching the second level of the Grand Mist realm. All of this had happened 3 days ago. This, over the past 3 days, the thousands of heavenly Dao's old monsters, as well as the powerful figures and desolate supremacies from the fierce beast Forbidden Grounds and the remnant star region on the left bank, could not see the details of this earth-shattering battle. However, over the past 3 days, the chaotic battlefield, which spanned over 1 trillion miles, had always been violent and chaotic, and its momentum was shocking. Only just based on this point, it was enough to imagine the astonishing extent of this unprecedented battle. Yi Xian had indeed never been at a disadvantage. After all, he already had the battle strength of the second order of primordial chaos, which was an absolute advantage. However, in this battle, he was not facing a few primordial chaos old monsters, but 12 of them. This group of old guys were all ancient existences who had lived for a long time. Not only did they have all kinds of bloodline abilities and heaven-defying methods, but their battle experience was also very impressive. Therefore, over the past 3 days, Yi Xian had fought against these 12 old guys alone. Although he had never been at a disadvantage, he had never gained the upper hand either. In the past 3 days, the battle had almost been at an equal level. Double the 2 sides exchanged blows, and both sides were injured. While, to Yi Xian, this kind of hearty battle was undoubtedly what he yearned for the most. Only this kind of fierce battle could increase the speed of his transformation to the extreme. Now that 3 days had passed, Yi Xian had a few injuries on his body, but the more he fought, the more valiant he became. The speed and extent of his growth was simply shocking. It was at this moment when he raised his head and let out the first shocking roar. After breaking through to the primordial chaos Dao realm, his sea of consciousness and physical body had undergone a transformation to the extent that he could finally withstand the terrifying power of the third order of primordial chaos. When this realization quietly rose in his heart, Yi Xian did not hesitate at all. He immediately activated the bloodline ability of the 9 Devil Ape transformations, which he had previously activated, to the first transformation. Double with the arrival of the first transformation, his divine sense, the qi and blood force in his body, and the cultivation force in his meridians all suddenly soared. When the second roar came out of his divine sense, Yi Xian was no longer at the second order of primordial chaos Dao realm, but a supreme existence at the third order of this realm. One more step and he would be able to step into the fourth order of the primordial chaos Dao realm. Of course, this was not his true cultivation realm. His true cultivation realm was still at the first order of primordial chaos Dao realm. All of this was only possible because he had activated the bloodline ability of the 9 Devil Ape transformations to the first transformation. But there was no difference because the battle strength was real, and there was no time limit. As long as Yi Xian did not exhaust himself, as long as he did not remove the bloodline ability of the 9 Devil Ape transformations, his terrifying strength at the third order of primordial chaos Dao realm would always exist. Yi Xian had long expected all of this. In fact, whether it was the previous battle with the Dark Wolf or the chaotic battle with the 12 primordial chaos old monsters, Yi Xian had done it on purpose. Everything was exactly what he wanted. He originally wanted to use this kind of battle to accelerate the transformation of his sea of consciousness and body as much as possible, but to everyone else, this was too shocking. First, after the previous battle with the Dark Wolf, Yi Xian had stepped into the second order of primordial chaos Dao realm from the first order of primordial chaos Dao realm. Just that one time was enough to shock all the old monsters. Now, the 12 primordial chaos old monsters were fighting with him because of this reason. They gritted their teeth and made a move. They swore that they would join forces to suppress him here today. And now, after 3 days of this unprecedented chaotic battle, Yi Xian was not suppressed. Not only did he not fall into a disadvantageous position, but his cultivation realm had also skyrocketed like 3 days ago. This made everyone speechless. When his second roar was heard, it revealed a strong and clear aura of the third order of primordial chaos Dao realm. The 1,000 over heavenly Dao realm old monsters, as well as the many powerful figures and desolate venerables, who had retreated hundreds of millions of miles away, were all shocked. After their bodies trembled in unison, their expressions changed drastically. Then, accompanied by a wave of gasps, almost all of these old fellows cried out involuntarily. Their voices were trembling, revealing endless fear. Third order of primordial chaos Dao realm. The aura of this roar is definitely that of the third order of primordial chaos Dao realm. Compared to the first roar, it is much, much stronger. What happened? What exactly happened? In just 3 days, the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian's cultivation realm actually broke through again. He directly jumped from the second order of primordial chaos Dao realm to the third order of primordial chaos Dao realm. This is simply killing. 9 transformations of the demonic ape. So the heaven-defying bloodline ability he grasped is called the 9 transformations of the demonic ape. And now, the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, is only using the first transformation. If the first transformation is already able to cause his cultivation to skyrocket by a small level, then what about the second and third transformations? Could it be that each transformation can increase his cultivation by a small level? This is simply too terrifying. 9 transformations of the demonic ape. So the heaven-defying bloodline ability he grasped is called the 9 transformations of the demonic ape. And now, the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, is only using the first transformation. If the first transformation can directly increase his cultivation realm by a small level, then what about the second and third transformation? Could it be that each transformation can increase his cultivation realm by a small level? This is simply too terrifying. Following Yi Xian's second roar, a strong and clear aura of the third order of primordial chaos Dao realm could be felt. The thousands of heavenly Dao realm's old monsters, as well as the many experts and desolate supremacies, who had retreated hundreds of millions of li away, were all shocked. Everyone trembled at the same time, and then their expressions changed greatly. Then, accompanied by the sound of people gasping like a tide, these old fellows cried out in alarm, their voices trembling, revealing endless fear. This. They had never expected that the primordial chaos Dao realm after the heavenly Dao realm would be able to use such a heaven-defying bloodline ability to forcefully increase one's cultivation realm. Moreover, just the first transformation was enough to allow the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, to possess the terrifying cultivation realm of the third order of primordial chaos Dao realm. Under such circumstances, if he were to use a few more transformations, wouldn't his cultivation realm reach the peak of the 9th order of primordial chaos Dao realm? If that was really the case, who in this vast and boundless primordial chaos Dao realm would be able to withstand his attacks? After all, the remaining 12 primordial chaos Dao realm's old monsters on the left bank were all at the first order of primordial chaos Dao realm. This was simply too terrifying. It was absolutely terrifying. Even the thousands of heavenly Dao realm's old monsters, the various experts, and the desolate supremes in the distant void realized it. Naturally, the 12 primordial chaos Dao realm's old monsters who were fighting fiercely with Yi Xian also realized it. When Yi Xian's second roar sounded out, emitting an intense and clear aura of the third level of Grand Mist, the reactions of the 12 Grand Mist old monsters were even more intense. All of them cried out in shock, and even their voices were trembling. Damn it, what's going on? In a short period of 3 days, his cultivation and strength actually rose explosively once more, and it rose by a minor realm. If this continues, then all of us will perish here. 9 transformations of the demonic ape. I've never heard of such a heaven-defying bloodline ability before. It's effective even in the primordial chaos Dao realm. How did this guy do it? It's only the first transformation, and it's already allowed him to reach the third order of primordial chaos Dao realm. If this continues, and there are a few more transformations, we won't have any chance of survival. That kind of situation shouldn't happen in a short period of time. Otherwise, he would have already entered the second transformation. Although this kind of bloodline ability is heaven-defying, it still has some kind of restriction that we don't know about. No matter what, we can't let him continue to grow. We can barely endure the third order of primordial chaos Tao realm. After all, we are still in the early stage of primordial chaos Tao realm. However, if he enters the second transformation, there will be no hope when he enters the fourth order of primordial chaos Tao realm. That's right, no matter what, we have to kill this kid today. Moreover, we don't have much time left. Fellow Taoists, we can't hold back anymore. Let's use our strongest abilities and methods. This is a gamble. If we don't kill him today, even if we escape, he will find us in the future and deal with us one by one. Attack with all your might. Destroy him. Roar. Ruthless. Ruthless. Boom. Rumble. Realizing the danger they were in, the 12 Grand Mist eccentrics raised their heads and roared wildly. Immediately afterward, thunderous booms rang out from the chaotic battle in the void that spanned a distance of 1 trillion kilometers. It was obvious that the sense of urgency in the hearts of the 12 old fellows had become even stronger. They felt that their lives were in danger, and now, they no longer held back. They used their strongest abilities and methods, hoping to kill Yi Xian in one fell swoop. Kill him on the spot. In the void, an earth-shattering rumble sounded out. The 12 old fellows once again rushed forward, each using their strongest techniques to surround and kill Yi Xian. Previously, when the 13 of them were fighting in a chaotic battle, the chaotic void was only about 1 trillion miles in diameter. But now, the scene was even more shocking. Nothing could be seen within a 2 trillion miles radius. Only violent energy was wreaking havoc. Qi energy was chaotic, and it was a ghastly sight. Roar. Boom. Rumble. Facing this scene, Yi Xian raised his head and let out a heaven-shaking roar. His body flashed as he charged forward. The power in his body was pushed to the limit as he directly punched out. He was still in his ape form, and his body was millions of miles long. He had activated the bloodline ability of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape, and he had even used the first transformation, so his cultivation had reached the 3rd level of the Grand Mist realm. The group of Grand Mist old monsters surrounding him were only at the 1st level of the Grand Mist realm. The gap between them was simply too great. Although a full-powered strike from a 3rd-order old monster could not guarantee that it would be able to blast a 1st-order old monster to death, if a 3rd-order old monster was hit by a single punch, it would be difficult to avoid serious injuries. It was precisely because of this that when Yi Xian punched out, the expressions of the few Grand Mist old monsters in front of him changed. Their bodies suddenly froze, and they stopped in midair, defending with all their might. Boom! The sound was so loud that even the void exploded, forming a huge black hole. One of the Grand Mist old monsters had half of his shoulder stained with blood and was heavily injured. However, he quickly retreated, and his original position was replaced by another Grand Mist old monster, causing Yi Xian to miss the opportunity to pursue and kill him in one fell swoop. Damn it! The power of the 3rd level of the Grand Mist realm is indeed terrifying. Fellow Taoists, please don't panic. We can't fight against this level of power. We can't fight head-on, we can only restrain him from the side. Fellow Taoists at the front, try your best to restrain his power while protecting yourself. As for the other fellow Taoists, use your full strength to kill him as soon as possible. Boom. Rumble. The violent power of the punch shocked everyone. The group of old monsters cried out in alarm one after another, and they immediately changed their strategy. Facing the 3rd level of the Grand Mist realm, which was the peak of the early stage of this realm, they couldn't fight head-on. They could only look for an opportunity to attack from the side. However, no matter what, there would definitely be a few old monsters in front of Yi Xian to restrain his power and attention. Right. For Yi Xian, this was enough. He wasn't in a hurry to kill these old fellows immediately. After all, they were Grand Mist old monsters, and all of them had lived for countless years. They were too difficult to deal with. He was only at the 3rd level of the Grand Mist realm, so he couldn't guarantee that he could kill them in one strike. Therefore, Yi Xian's current goal was to use these old fellows as whetstones to temper himself through bloody battles, and to increase the speed and progress of his transformation as much as possible. His goal was the second transformation of the devil ape. As long as he could successfully use the second transformation, his cultivation would reach the fourth level of the Grand Mist realm and step into the middle stage of this realm. At that time, it would be the end of these old fellows. Boom, roar, screech, rumble, in the air, earth-shattering booms rang out, mixed with wild roars and screams. The battle between Xian and the 12 Grand Mist eccentrics had already entered a white-hot state. An enormous expanse of space that spanned an area of 2 trillion kilometers had already been completely enveloped by violent and chaotic energy. Nothing could be seen, and only terrifying energy was wreaking havoc. No. Unknowingly, this earth-shattering battle continued for another 3 days. The situation of the battle in the past 3 days was completely different. During the first 3 days of the battle, Yi Xian had only activated the 9 Devil Ape transformations bloodline ability and didn't use the first transformation. At that time, his cultivation was at the second level of the Grand Mist realm, and he was fighting against 12 Grand Mist old monsters who had lived for countless years. The overall strength of both sides was basically equal, and during the 3 days of battle, they were evenly matched. No one had the upper hand. But, in those 3 days, Yi Xian had undoubtedly gained a lot. Through this level of bloody battle, he had been constantly tempering himself. After breaking through to the Grand Mist realm, his sea of consciousness and body's transformation had advanced, so he had the ability to withstand the power of a third-level Grand Mist realm expert. In the end, Yi Xian successfully executed the first transformation of the 9 Devil Ape transformations bloodline ability, and his cultivation rose by a level. From then on, he possessed the strength of a third-level Grand Mist realm expert. After that, the heaven-shaking bloody battle continued. Now, another 3 days had passed, and with the strength of the third level of the Grand Mist realm, Yi Xian was engaged in an intense bloody battle with the 12 Grand Mist old monsters. The situation was completely different from the previous 3 days. This. For the past 3 days, the scales of the battle had been tilting towards Yi Xian's side. This was to be expected. Right now, he was already at the third level of the Grand Mist realm, and he was at the peak of the initial level. With another small breakthrough, he would be able to step into the mid-level Grand Mist realm. If it was a one-on-one battle, the 12 Grand Mist old monsters were no match for him. In a head-on battle, they would be killed in a short period of time. Although all 12 of them had used their strongest trump cards, worked closely together, and joined forces to attack Yi Xian. It was almost flawless, but to them, Yi Xian was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. No matter which direction he charged in, if the Grand Mist old monster in that direction didn't retreat, the result would be like a little lamb that had met a fierce tiger, a tragedy. In truth, the reason why the 12 Grand Mist old monsters were only suppressed and didn't fall after 3 days was completely because Yi Xian's ambition wasn't in this. His purpose was only to use this group of old fogies as whetstones to temper himself through bloody battles and improve the speed and progress of his transformation as much as possible. The reason why he fought with these old monsters was because he wanted to reach the second transformation. As long as he could successfully execute the second transformation, his strength would reach the fourth level of the Grand Mist realm and step into the mid-level Grand Mist realm. At that time, these old monsters would be in big trouble. Yi Xian could easily kill one of them with a head-on attack. Like this today, 3 days had already passed. Although he had just reached the level of being able to withstand the power of the Grand Mist Third Order and successfully displayed the first transformation of the 9 Devil Ape transformations bloodline, it really hadn't been that long. However, in these 3 days, Yi Xian had been fighting non-stop. Sometimes, he could clearly avoid the attacks of the Grand Mist old monsters, but in order to temper himself, he chose not to dodge and instead gritted his teeth and endured the attacks head-on. Only this kind of tempering and testing of iron and blood would have the best effect on the transformation of his sea of consciousness and his body. Because in order to make his sea of knowledge and body reach the level of being able to withstand the power of the fourth level of the Grand Mist realm as soon as possible, Yi Xian was desperate to make use of all the opportunities. Unknowingly, as this bloody battle continued, the strength of his sea of knowledge and body was rapidly increasing. Now, He was only a fine line away from being able to withstand the terrifying power of the fourth level of the Grand Mist realm. Everything was clear to Yi Xian like a candle flame. When he realized that the final impact was coming, a cold light flashed in his eyes. The power in his body was pushed to the limit in an instant. He raised his head and let out a heaven-shaking roar. Roar, shio, rumble. The ferocious ape unleashed a series of indiscernible whistling sounds as it teleported behind one of the primordial beasts in the blink of an eye. A cold light flashed in its eyes as it raised its fist and unleashed a barrage of punches. From start to finish, in this shocking battle that was very likely to be unprecedented in the history of the Grand Mist era, Yi Xian had not used teleportation. His purpose was only to train himself, not to kill the enemy as soon as possible. Naturally, there was no need to use teleportation. It was also because of this that after 6 days of bloody battle, the 12 Grand Mist old monsters that had been besieging him had already acted as if it was a conditioned reflex. They did not expect Yi Xian to suddenly teleport at this moment. Everything was caught off guard. When everything happened, the old man who realized that something was wrong was already too late to react. Because, he locked onto his figure and aura and directly teleported to the old man behind him. It was the black-blooded blue crocodile that had forced Yi Xian into a desperate situation with the dark wolf. Although this old man's aura was violent, his huge crocodile tail was extremely shocking. With a swing of his tail, tens of millions of miles of void would collapse. But, in fact, his character was extremely cautious. During the 6 days of battle, although the black-blooded blue crocodile had attacked Yi Xian from the side several times at close range, he usually retreated after a single attack. He would not take too much risk at all. But even so, 4 days ago, in a moment of carelessness, he was still brushed past by Yi Xian's all-out punch. A small portion of Pang Die's enormous body was already stained with blood, and it looked extremely frightening in a blue light. Today, after realizing that danger was approaching and that it was definitely a matter of life and death, the black-blooded blue crocodile's heart was in his throat. His eyes narrowed and he did not hesitate at all. He immediately reacted, roar, rumble. At the same time as a shocking roar, the huge crocodile tail behind him directly swept over. At the same time, the root of the crocodile tail was cut off at the same time. The figure that lost its huge tail was like an arrow that had left the bow, shooting forward rapidly. Too decisive, too ruthless. Elder, this fellow knew that he wouldn't be able to withstand Yi Xian's all-out attack, so he actually broke his wrist at the most critical moment. The enormous crocodile tail left his body and swept towards Yi Xian. While his original body, however, took advantage of this opportunity to dash forward. With this kind of self-mutilating method, he tried to escape from Yi Xian's hands and survive. If I let you escape like this, then today, where will I put my face? Seeing this scene, Yi Xian's eyes flashed with a cold light. At the same time the voice of his divine sense was transmitted, his figure suddenly blurred. His speed was too fast, and in the blink of an eye, he was behind the black-blooded blue crocodile. His fist rumbled like thunder as it directly smashed towards the back of the crocodile's head. Yi Xian had used all his strength in this attack. The black-blooded blue crocodile was destined to be unable to withstand this attack. It was destined to fall here. Chapter 5165. If I let you escape like this, then where would I put my face today? Realizing that a life and death crisis was approaching, the black-blooded blue crocodile broke its own tail and swept it towards Yi Xian. Its body took advantage of this opportunity to rush forward explosively. It was clearly trying to escape. Yi Xian naturally would not let this go. A disdainful voice came out of the violent ape's mouth, and a cold light flashed in its eyes as its body suddenly flashed out. His speed was too fast. In the blink of an eye, he was behind the black-blooded blue crocodile. With a thunderous punch, he directly smashed towards the back of the crocodile's head. Yi Xian had used all his strength in this attack. The black-blooded blue crocodile was destined to not be able to withstand it and would definitely fall. This was indeed the case. Rumble, bam! Without any suspense, the sky rumbled. In the face of Yi Xian's full-force attack, the black-blooded blue crocodile, who was trying to escape, instantly met with an inauspicious fate. His body was completely blown up, turning into a bloody mist that spread out. This included the huge crocodile tail that had already arrived behind Yi Xian. In the aftermath of this incomparably violent attack, it exploded into a bloody mist. Huff! Without waiting for the bloody mist formed by the explosion of the black-blooded blue crocodile's body to spread out, the violent ape had already waved its hand at the first moment. The howling of the wind resounded, and an incomparably majestic invisible force whistled out. Void, the boundless blood mist that was spreading in the air, was immediately swept over and sent directly into the bottom of the central region's volcano in the cauldron space. From there, the blood essence condensation began. Of course, at the same time, there was also some compressed Heavenly Tao origin liquid, some Heavenly 9 Great Tao treasure liquid, and some top-grade cultivation resources that even the Heavenly Tao Old Monster might not be able to obtain. These were originally the most precious cultivation resources in the hands of the black-blooded blue crocodile, but now that he had fallen, they all fell into the hands of Yi Xian. It could be considered an additional gain, and it was not cheap. Yi Xian took it all into his body. At this point, this shocking bloody battle lasted for 6 days. Yi Xian had killed another Grand Mist Old Monster. Of the 13 Grand Mist Old Monsters on the left bank of the Milky Way, after 2 had fallen in just 6 days, there were only 11 old monsters left. And, as far as Yi Xian was concerned, the reason he killed the 2 old monsters, the Underworld Wolf and the Black Blood Blue Crocodile, was not only because he'd finally gotten rid of his 2 trusted enemies, but also because he'd obtained 2 precious primordial blood essences, as well as a considerable amount of Heavenly Tao origin liquid, the Heavenly 9 Great Tao treasure liquid, and other top-notch cultivation resources that even the Heavenly Tao Old Monster didn't have. More importantly, after successfully breaking through and stepping into the Grand Mist Tao realm, the transformation of his sea of consciousness and physical body was pushed forward as much as possible. 3 days ago, the strength of his sea of consciousness and physical body had already transformed to the point where they could withstand the power of a level 3 Grand Mist Master. At that time, Yi Xian was excited and successfully activated the first transformation of the 9 Devil Ape Transformations bloodline ability. From then on, he possessed the terrifying power of a level 3 Grand Mist Master. And now, this shocking bloody battle had lasted for another 3 days. When the black-blooded blue crocodile, the second Grand Mist Old Monster, was killed by Yi Xian with a full-force punch, the transformation of his sea of consciousness and physical body had finally reached a new height and crossed a new node. Now, whether it was the strength of his sea of consciousness or physical body, he could withstand the terrifying power of a level 4 Grand Mist Master, raw brain. As these thoughts flashed through Yi Xian's mind, he was incomparably excited. Although there was only a small difference between level 3 and level 4, the significance was completely different. Level 3 was the early Grand Mist Master, but level 4 was the mid-level Grand Mist Master. In the next moment, in the center of the chaotic battlefield, a shocking roar suddenly rang out. Following that, Yi Xian's excited voice rang out, revealing endless arrogance and tyranny, the second transformation of the 9 Devil Ape transformation. Grand Mist. Level 4. Roar. As the voice faded, Yi Xian, in his ape form, let out another roar. The last 2 roars were only separated by a short period of time, but in comparison, the roar that came out later was clearly more shocking. It was much more powerful than the previous roar because he had stepped into the level 4 Grand Mist Master from the level 3 Grand Mist Master. The level 4 Grand Mist Master was the mid-level Grand Mist Master, and its significance was completely different from the level 3 Grand Mist Master. Everything was too shocking. The vast expanse of space in all directions suddenly fell silent under his wild roar. 6 days ago, Yi Xian had a great battle with the Nether Wolf, and in a short time, he stepped into the level 2 Grand Mist Master from the level 1 Grand Mist Master. His Grand Mist Master's cultivation soared so quickly that it was beyond everyone's expectations. At that time, it had already shocked all the old monsters. At that time, the 12 old monsters of the Grand Mist Master who were fighting with him realized how difficult Yi Xian was to deal with because of this reason. It could even be said that he was extremely terrifying, so they gritted their teeth and made a move, vowing to join forces and suppress him here. But, however, the truth didn't unfold as they had imagined. The 12 old fellows besieged Yi Xian alone. After 3 days of this unprecedented chaotic battle, not only was Yi Xian not suppressed, but he also didn't fall into a disadvantageous position. In fact, just like 3 days ago, his cultivation had once again skyrocketed by a level. Shun, he successfully displayed the first transformation of the 9 transformation Devil Ape bloodline ability, and from then on, he possessed the terrifying strength of a level 3 Grand Mist Master. Now, the battle had lasted for another 3 days. Not only did Yi Xian kill a powerful old monster of the Grand Mist Master with one punch, but his own cultivation soared again. At under the second transformation of the 9 transformation Devil Ape, he was now a supreme existence of the level 4 Grand Mist Master, the only mid-level Grand Mist Master in the vast Grand Mist Master void. At this moment, as the bloodline ability of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape was activated to the second transformation, Yi Xian's cultivation once again skyrocketed. A second roar sounded out, emitting an intense and clear aura of the 4th level of Grand Mist. Far away, in the void that had already retreated hundreds of millions of miles away, the thousands of heavenly Dao old monsters, as well as the even more powerful experts and desolate venerables, were all shocked. Tight. Then, a wave of cold gasps rang out. Almost all of these old fellows cried out in shock. Their voices were trembling with endless fear, and all of them were trembling in fear. Heavens, level 4 Grand Mist Master, the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, actually made another breakthrough in his cultivation. He's now at the mid-level Grand Mist Master of the 4th Grand Mist Master. In just 6 days, he actually went from the early-level Grand Mist Master of the 1st Grand Mist Master to the mid-level Grand Mist Master of the 4th Grand Mist Master of the 4th Grand Mist Master. Was this old man hallucinating? This is too unreal. What a terrifying bloodline ability. My previous guess has been confirmed. Even in the Grand Mist Master realm, the Magic Hall Master Yi Xian's heaven-defying bloodline ability is still effective. Every transformation can raise one's cultivation by a small level. He's only displayed the second transformation, and is already at the level 4 Grand Mist Master. If this continues, heavens, level 4 Grand Mist Master. The master of the Magic Hall, Yi Xian, actually made another breakthrough in his cultivation. He's now at the mid-level Grand Mist Master of the 4th Grand Mist Master. In just 6 short days, he actually went from the early-level Grand Mist Master of the 1st Grand Mist Master to the mid-level Grand Mist Master of the 4th Grand Mist Master. Am I hallucinating? This is too unreal. What a terrifying bloodline ability. My previous guess has been confirmed. Even in the Grand Mist Master realm, the Magic Hall Master Yi Xian's heaven-defying bloodline ability is still effective. Every transformation can raise one's cultivation by a small level. He's only displayed the second transformation, and is already at the level 4 Grand Mist Master of the 4th Grand Mist Master. If this continues, heavens, this is simply unimaginable, as the bloodline ability of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape was activated to the second transformation, Yi Xian's cultivation once again skyrocketed. A second roar sounded out, emitting an intense and clear aura of the 4th level of Grand Mist. Far away in the void that had already retreated hundreds of millions of miles away, the thousands of heavenly Dao old monsters, as well as the even more powerful experts and desolate supremacies, were all shocked. Tight. After that, the sound of gasping resounded like tidewater. Practically all of these old fellows cried out involuntarily with trembling voices that revealed boundless terror. All of them were shivering. The second transformation? The power of the mid-level 4th Grand Mist Master is indeed completely different. At this moment, the second transformation was complete. The aura of the devilish ape was terrifyingly powerful. Even if it didn't deliberately activate it, the pressure it emitted was enough to cause the primordial chaos void to tremble slightly. Yi Xian's voice rang out at this moment. It could be heard throughout the void, revealing endless joy and excitement, as well as monstrous disdain. Speak. In the end, Yi Xian raised his head and let out a shocking roar. His aura was so violent that it made people's souls tremble. Didn't you want to besiege this lord? Don't leave today, this lord alone is enough to fight all of you. Roar. As soon as the last roar fell, Yi Xian's figure had already disappeared. In an instant, he teleported and appeared 10 billion miles away to the right. Following in the face of the ferocious ape's massive body, a primordial chaos stage-old monster in this direction was instantly struck dumb, and his entire body trembled as he almost fell to the ground headfirst. Distance: it was too close, just 200 million miles away. For a supreme existence at the Grand Mist realm, such a distance was definitely considered close combat. It was no different from a melee battle. At this moment, this old monster couldn't wait to raise his hand and slap himself. He was so regretful that his intestines turned green. He was so shocked that he forgot to escape at the first moment. Like this, even though he had regained his senses, it was already too late. He was merely at the first order of the Grand Mist realm, yet he was caught off guard by a mid-stage fourth-order Grand Mist realm expert. There wasn't the slightest bit of suspense in such a situation. As long as the other party made a move, he would definitely die on the spot. But even if he knew that he was no match for the other party, it was absolutely impossible for him to give up struggling and wait for death. After all, he was also a Grand Mist old monster. In this Grand Mist era, except for the 3,000 Chaos Demon gods that were born at the beginning of the era, there were only 13 Grand Mist old monsters in the entire era. No, it was 14 now, because the master of the Magic Hall, Yi Xian, had just broken through a few days ago and stepped into this realm. But, with his breakthrough, the number of Grand Mist old monsters left on the left bank of the Milky Way didn't rise to 14 because of this. It only stayed at this number for a short time. After that, he continued to slide down. After the underworld wolf and the black blood-blue crocodile were killed by him one after another, the original 13 of them on the left bank of the Milky Way would be strange. Even if the Demon Palace Master, Yi Xian, was included, there were only 12 left. And this number was very likely to fall again, and another Grand Mist old monster would be eliminated. The Grand Mist old monster that was about to be eliminated was most likely himself. Screech. These thoughts flashed through his mind. The old monster was shocked and angry. He raised his head and let out a shocking roar. From his mouth, an incomparably shrill voice came out, "Even if I die, you won't have it easy. Explode. Explode, explode, explode." Boom. Rumble. As his final roar sounded like a crazy roar, the space in front of the old monster of the remnant instantly exploded with extremely violent energy. Several treasures that he had kept in his body for a long time, detonated at the same time. The old monster was different from the ferocious beasts. The ferocious beasts rarely sacrificed magic treasures. Their powerful bodies were the best killing treasures. However, the old monster experts not only refined medicine, but also refined weapons. Therefore, any old monster expert had a few satisfactory magic treasures in his hands. Now, this old monster detonated the same kind of treasure in his hands. Currently, he was already a supreme existence at the first level of Hongmeng. Even if he had obtained enough 9 Great Tao elixir a million years ago, when he entered seclusion, he was already a peak desolate venerable at the 9th level of perfection when he entered seclusion. Moreover, he was not an ordinary peak desolate venerable. Even at that time, he had already entered the peak desolate venerable for many years. For an existence of this level, the treasures in his hands were naturally extraordinary. Moreover, after a million years of seclusion, with his cultivation breakthrough, he finally stepped into the Grand Mist stage and became a supreme Great Tao powerhouse. The various treasures he had been keeping in his body had also increased in power. It was as if they had undergone sublimation and transformation. Their power was far from what it was in the past. What's more, in order to escape, while detonating several supreme treasures in his hands, this old man also detonated the remaining heavenly 9 Great Tao elixir in his hands, as well as some top cultivation resources similar to the heavenly Tao elixir. But, in other words, except for himself, everything else had been completely detonated at this moment. The momentum was too amazing. The majestic and endless violent energy was exploding, and the void was collapsing rapidly. However, it did not reach a deep level, so there was no void crack in the Grand Mist turbulence that could not be repaired temporarily. Dang! The Grand Mist turbulence void crack that Yi Xian had exiled was created by the joint attack of the two powerful Grand Mist old monsters, the Nether Wolf and the black-blooded blue crocodile. The energy generated by the detonation of the treasures alone was not enough to wreak havoc to such an extent, With the appearance of the shocking explosion, the body of the old monster of the remnant also used the recoil force to transform into a faint ray of light faster than lightning. Like a stray dog, he hurriedly fled into the distance. He was indeed in a difficult situation, and he was terrified because this was his last resort. If he could not escape with this, it would be difficult for him to escape today. He would become the third Grand Mist Supreme existence to be killed by the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian sneered. The extremely cold voice of the divine sense also sounded, enveloping the entire vast void. With the appearance of the shocking explosion, the body of the remnant old monster also used the recoil force to transform into a faint ray of light faster than lightning. Like a stray dog, he hurriedly fled into the distance. Look! Yi Xian sneered when he saw this, and his incomparably cold voice of his divine sense resounded out as well, enveloping the entire vast space. Your temperament is indeed resolute, but this is obviously meaningless. Today, you are destined to fall here. Boom! 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 The roar of the sky sounded without suspense. As soon as the voice fell, Yi Xian had already teleported again, and in the blink of an eye, he was behind the remnant old monster. The remnant old monster, who was desperately trying to escape, instantly encountered an ominous situation. His body was completely blown up, turning into a cloud of blood mist that spread out. Boom! Boom! When the blood mist formed by the explosion of the remnant old monster's body spread out, the violent ape had already waved his hand at the first moment. The whistling sound of the wind resounded, and a majestic invisible force roared out. Although he was only a remnant old monster, and his vitality was not rich enough, the majestic blood mist formed by the explosion of the remnant old monster could not be refined into a grand mist blood essence, but this was a grand mist level blood mist after all. It was very beneficial to the fierce beast generals under Yi Xian, so naturally it could not be wasted. In the void, the spreading blood mist was quickly swept over and directly sent into the bottom of the central region volcano in the space inside the cauldron. Unfortunately, this time, there wasn't any compressed heavenly Tao origin liquid, as well as some of the heavenly 9 great Tao treasure liquid, shooting over at the same time. This was because all of them had already been detonated by this old monster. This caused Yi Xian to feel depressed, and his expression instantly darkened to the extreme. At this time, he was very upset, very upset. Even if a Grand Mist old monster was killed on the spot, it could not calm him down. No. It doesn't matter, there are more Grand Mist old monsters here. If I kill a few more of them, I will naturally calm down. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian's eyes instantly flashed with a cold light. He snorted coldly and immediately looked around the void. All of this took a long time to describe, but in fact, it happened in the blink of an eye. In the blink of an eye, another Grand Mist old monster had fallen. In just a few days, this was already the third Grand Mist old monster. Thinking about it carefully, it was simply terrifying. 4 the old monsters in the surrounding void were still immersed in the previous shock. It was only at this moment that they suddenly woke up. Their bodies shook violently as they sucked in a cold breath. All of them were aghast, and all kinds of exclamations suddenly sounded like a tide, covering the sky and earth. Heavens, what is this violent ape doing? In a short period of time, he actually killed 3 supreme Grand Mist old monsters in succession. There were only 13 Grand Mist old monsters on both sides of the Milky Way before. Even if he had just broken through, there were only 14 of them. Now, 3 of them have fallen in a few days, and there are only 11 left in the blink of an eye. The key is that 3 supreme Grand Mist old monsters have fallen. Not only did they fall at the hands of the same person, but the person who killed them did not suffer the slightest injury. This kind of battle strength is simply shocking, and it is so cruel that it makes one want to vomit. From the looks of it, the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, is clearly going to kill all the Grand Mist old monsters here. This kind of thought makes one's body turn cold. A Grand Mist old monster has actually become a prey to be slaughtered at will one day. This old man isn't dreaming, right? This is too outrageous. The heaven-defying secret technique in the hands of the Magic Hall Master is simply infuriating. It is actually effective in the Grand Mist old monster. In a short period of time, he has already reached the middle stage of the 4th Order old monster. Right now, Among the 11 supreme Grand Mist Old Monsters present, other than him, the other 10 are only at the first stage of the First Order Old Monster realm. Even if they join forces, they are still not his match. The Master of the Magic Hall, Yi Xian, is truly heaven-defying. It's not just heaven-defying. We are all supreme existences in the heavenly Tao realm, but when facing him, we can only retreat billions of miles away and tremble in fear. He is clearly stepping on the heavenly Tao like an ant under his feet. I'm afraid it's not just the heavenly Tao, right? Even if it's the supreme Grand Mist Old Monster who is at the same realm as him, who can be a match for the Master of the Magic Hall, Yi Xian? Roar. Hiss. Yi Xian, are you trying to make the entire Milky Way's left bank your enemy? Don't think that we are all of the supreme Grand Mist Old Monsters on the left bank. To tell you the truth, we are only the first batch of Grand Mist Old Monsters to appear. That's right. The number of peak heavenly Tao realm experts that entered seclusion a million years ago is far more than this. Even if only a portion of them successfully broke through and stepped into the supreme Grand Mist Old Monster realm, the number of Grand Mist Old Monsters on the left bank of the Milky Way is more than double digits. In fact, long before we entered seclusion a million years ago, there were already Grand Mist Old Monsters on both banks of the Milky Way. They were just too lazy to care about worldly affairs. Now that we have stepped into the supreme Grand Mist Old Monster realm, it is easy to imagine how high those Grand Mist Old Monsters from a million years ago were. Although you have the power of a bloodline secret technique to reach the middle stage of the Fourth Order Old Monster realm, if those ancient Grand Mist Old Monsters were to appear, their cultivation might not necessarily be lower than yours. The left bank of the Milky Way has many supreme forbidden lands and supreme stellar regions that have existed for countless years. The recent million years is just a recent period of time. The waters of the left bank are far deeper than you can imagine. It's best you keep a low profile, that's right. The waters of the left bank are definitely not empty threats. Don't be too arrogant. Once those Grand Mist Old Monsters from a million years ago are drawn out, even you will be in for a tragic end. Let me give you a word of advice. Don't incur the wrath of the masses. Don't be too arrogant to prevent yourself from making a mistake. That's all I have to say. We won't argue with you today, but if you continue to be so unbridled, you will definitely taste the bitter consequences of today. Fellow Taoists, there is no need to say anything more to him. Such an arrogant and despotic person will definitely regret his actions in the future. Let's just wait and see the final outcome. Since our paths are different, there is no need to conspire together. Master of the Magic Hall, farewell. Hiss. Whoosh. Whoosh. Hiss. 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 After these words sounded, the remaining 10 Hongmeng Old Monsters in the void no longer hesitated. They raised their heads and roared. In an instant, they tore open a void crack in front of them. They rushed into the void crack and disappeared into it. While, the 1,000-odd heavenly Tao Old Monsters, who had already retreated trillions of kilometers away, trembled violently when they saw this scene. They did the same in a panic. What a joke! Faced with the supreme demonic might of the Magic Hall's master, Yi Xian, even supreme existences at the primordial chaos realm could only avoid him. After leaving behind a few harsh words, they fled with their tails between their legs. As such, with their mere heavenly Tao realm cultivation level, how could they persist? This, at that moment, the 1,000-odd heavenly Tao Old Monsters from the left bank suddenly felt like they were in a dream. When they first arrived, they had threatened the Magic Hall's master, Yi Xian, and wanted to surround and annihilate him. But, now, even the Grand Mist Old Monsters that they didn't dare to provoke had turned tail and fled. Everything had changed in a short span of 10 days. The affairs of the world were truly like a dream. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Rip, in the void, the sharp sound of air being torn apart, as well as the crisp sound of ripping silk, constantly sounded, as the remaining 10 Grand Mist Old Monsters from the left bank of the Milky Way tore open a void rift and left in a hurry. The 1,000-odd heavenly Tao Old Monsters, who had already retreated trillions of kilometers away, also reacted. In their horror, they didn't dare to stay any longer. With extremely complicated feelings in their hearts and indescribable feelings, they also tore open a void rift and left. They really didn't dare to stay any longer. They didn't even dare to slow down. At the beginning of this incident, the 13 Grand Mist Old Monsters from the left bank of the Milky Way didn't descend. They were the main characters. More than 1,000 heavenly Tao Old Monsters surrounded the Magic Hall's master alone. Although, it was said that he had killed many of them, but almost everyone else had participated in this. Now, in less than 10 days, the master of the Magic Hall, Yi Xian, had already entered a new level, a level that they could only look up to. Even if the remaining 10 Grand Mist Old Monsters from the left bank of the Milky Way hadn't left, the master of the Magic Hall, Yi Xian, would have also stepped into the Grand Mist realm and become a supreme Tao realm expert. Naturally, he wouldn't be interested in finding trouble with them. He didn't care about them at all. However, in the face of his supreme demonic might and monstrous ferocity, even the 10 Grand Mist Old Monsters from the left bank of the Milky Way were afraid. After leaving behind a few fierce words to maintain their appearances, they hurriedly fled in panic. Under such circumstances, if the master of the Magic Hall, Yi Xian, hadn't vented his anger in his heart, he would definitely vent it on them next. Looking at their numbers, there were still over 1,000 heavenly Tao Old Monsters. However, facing the Demon Palace Master Yi Xian, who had already stepped into the 4th level of the Grand Mist realm and whose cultivation had reached the middle stage of the Great Tao, even if these 1,000 heavenly Tao Old Monsters joined forces, they still wouldn't be a match for him. In fact, they wouldn't even be able to hold on for long. In a short period of time, the master of the Magic Hall, Yi Xian, would crush them like a bunch of ants. Every single one of them would be exterminated. Under such circumstances, if they still had the guts to stay here, they would truly be tired of living. Thus, they all hurriedly fled, wishing that they could immediately sprout wings and fly away from this place. Everything seemed to take a long time to describe, but in reality, everything happened very quickly. From the moment the first of the 10 Grand Mist Old Monsters tore open a crack in the void in front of him and hurriedly left, to the time when all the heavenly Tao Old Monsters on the left bank of the Milky Way, who had retreated trillions of kilometers away, all of this happened in a mere 10 breaths of time. It wasn't just the Grand Mist Old Monsters and heavenly Tao Old Monsters who had offended Yi Xian. In fact, even the Grand Mist Old Monsters and Desolate Supremacies who came from the left bank of the Milky Way trembled in fear after witnessing Yi Xian's unparalleled ferocity. They didn't tear open a crack in the void to escape, but that didn't mean that they had the guts to continue staying here. They didn't tear open a crack in the void because it was impossible for them to do so. In this place the so-called Grand Mist Old Monsters and Desolate Supremacies were the true core of the upper echelons of the various Great Beast Forbidden Lands and Remnant Star regions. But now, the master of the Magic Hall, Yi Xian, had already turned into an invisible and terrifying pressure that enveloped the entire void. Under such circumstances, the Grand Mist Old Monsters and heavenly Tao Old Monsters still had the ability to tear open a crack in the void. However, the Grand Mist Old Monsters and Desolate Supremacies who were below the heavenly Tao had long lost the ability to tear open a crack in the void under the deterrence and influence of this invisible and terrifying pressure. But they didn't dare to stay. Void even further away, at least 10 billion miles away, the reason why there were densely packed sharp air-piercing sounds that came like a tidal wave was because the mighty figures and Desolate Supremacies were like stray dogs, forcefully activating all the power in their bodies, and hurriedly escaping to the void further away in all directions, causing the commotion caused by them hurriedly escaping. Although these Grand Mist Old Monsters and Desolate Supremacies were more in number, they had already retreated more than 10 trillion kilometers away. Now that they had scattered, it only took a dozen breaths of time for them to all run away. One in the blink of an eye, this void was completely deserted. Half within a radius of 10 trillion kilometers, it had long become empty. Only Yi Xian, who was tens of thousands of kilometers tall and in the form of a violent ape, was still standing in the central region of this void with a calm expression. This, if such a scene was seen by some experts in the starry sky who happened to pass by at this time, they would definitely not expect that just a few dozen breaths ago, this void was bustling with noise and excitement. Not only were there tens of thousands of powerful figures and desolate venerables, but there were also more than 1,000 heavenly Tao Old Monsters. There were even as many as 13 supreme Great Tao level experts of the primordial realm who had come. No one would believe that 3 of the 13 supreme prehistoric beings had perished in succession in less than 10 days since they'd arrived here. Moreover, Only 10 supreme prehistoric beings had put on a strong front and fled hastily after uttering those ruthless words. Yi Xian did not chase after them. No, it was not that he did not have the ability, but that there was no need at all. Otherwise, this group of old monsters would have continuously torn open a crack in the void to escape. After all, it took more than 10 breaths of time for them to all leave. With Yi Xian's current terrifying cultivation and strength, if he were to take action, he would not dare to say that he could make all of them stay, but he could definitely make a portion of them stay. None, whether it was the 10 Grand Mist Old Monsters who escaped first or the more than 1,000 Heavenly Dao Old Monsters, all of them were the same. Until, with Yi Xian's current cultivation level and height, those Grand Mist Old Monsters and desolate venerables who had retreated to an extremely distant void that was tens of billions of miles away could not be aroused any interest in paying attention to them. The reason why he did not chase after them was that although these old monsters had escaped, to Yi Xian, the result was that the monk could not leave the temple. The left bank of the Milky Way was so small. With his current cultivation and strength, a terrifying existence of the 4th stage Grand Mist Old Monsters could travel from the left end of the left bank of the Milky Way to the right end of the left bank of the Milky Way in half a month's time. Perhaps some of these Grand Mist Old Monsters and Heavenly Dao Old Monsters would escape to the parallel void to lie low for a while, but that did not matter. Because, the time for the Milky Way star domain to open was about to come. They could not hide in the parallel void forever. In the face of the opening of the Milky Way star domain, even the Grand Mist Old Monsters could not resist the temptation. They had actually gathered here, gathered on the left bank of the Milky Way, and built the strongest forbidden lands and strongest star domains. They had spent countless years waiting for the opening of the Milky Way star domain, so that they could enter and fight for the fate of the next era of Grand Mist. While, as long as this group of old monsters appeared, with Yi Xian's terrifying cultivation level, which was definitely the number 1 person in Grand Mist on both sides of the Milky Way, as long as they met, he would definitely be able to kill them. Chapter 5166. When the battle ended, all the fierce beast forbidden grounds from the left bank, the mighty figures of the abandoned star domain, the desolate supremes, the heavenly Dao Old Monsters, and even the 10 remaining supreme primordial masters from the left bank, all fled in panic. In this battle, Yi Xian had established an illustrious reputation for himself. Even 3 Grand Mist Realm experts had been killed by him. In the entire vast and boundless primordial void, there was no doubt that he had leaped to become the number 1 person in the entire boundless primordial void. If Yi Xian could definitely shake the entire primordial void. No matter where he went, the void would shake. No one dared to provoke him. They could only retreat when they heard the news, but to Yi Xian, all of this was far from enough. After entering the primordial Dao realm, he had experienced this earth-shattering battle, and the speed of his transformation had been forcefully increased. However, even now, Yi Xian could only use the second transformation of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape bloodline ability. Since, in the state of the second transformation, his peak cultivation was at the 4th level of the primordial realm, which was the middle stage of this realm. From looking at the current situation of the primordial void, this 4th level mid-stage primordial master was clearly enough. After all, the 10 remaining primordial masters were all only at the 1st level of the primordial master. However, in fact, Yi Xian was not confused by this appearance, nor was he impetuous and arrogant because of it. He still felt a sense of urgency and pressure. First, when the 10 surviving old monsters of primordial chaos left in a hurry, someone once said that when they entered into closed-door cultivation after obtaining the 9 heavenly Dao elixir 1,000,000 years ago, there were already some ancient old monsters of primordial chaos in the primordial chaos. Dong, at that time, these fellows were only at the peak of the 9th level of the heavenly Dao realm. Now, they had been in seclusion for 1,000,000 years. With the help of the 9 heavenly Dao elixir, they came out one after another and finally broke through to the primordial realm, becoming supreme Dao realm experts. In that case, those old monsters who had already been at the primordial realm 1,000,000 years ago were obviously even stronger in terms of cultivation. Such as if the nether wolf, dark blood blue crocodile, and the other Grand Mist eccentrics that had appeared in the recent years were merely the second batch of supreme Grand Mist eccentrics in the primordial void, then there was an even more ancient first batch of supreme Grand Mist eccentrics before them. That group of Supreme Hongmeng was still hibernating and had yet to appear, but their cultivation bases were definitely not just at the first level of the Grand Mist realm. According to Yi Xian's deductions, there might not be any mid-stage Grand Mist realm cultivators at the fourth level or above, or even late-stage existences at this level. With Yi Xian's strength at the beginning of the fourth stage and entering the middle Hongmeng stage, he was indeed the number one expert in the Hongmeng void. However, once the first batch of old monsters who had stepped into the Grand Mist realm a million years ago appeared, he might not be able to keep his title as the most powerful person in the Grand Mist realm. Therefore, before this batch of old monsters appeared, Yi Xian had to raise his cultivation base to the next level. To the other Grand Mist eccentrics, this might only be an extravagant hope. Even if they wanted to, they might not have the strength to do so. However, to Yi Xian, this was not a difficult matter at all. He only needed to continue to temper himself through battles and greatly increase the speed of his transformation after stepping into the primordial Dao realm. Once the third, fourth, and even fifth transformations arrived, Yi Xian's cultivation base and strength would soar by one level with each transformation. Boom! Rumble! Just as his expression was uncertain and these thoughts flashed through his mind and he fell into deep thought, an earth-shattering low rumble suddenly came from the end of the dark void far away. The momentum was too great. Even though there was an endless distance between them, Yi Xian could feel the primordial void around him trembling slightly. However, everything quickly fell into silence. Nothing else happened, as if the scene just now was just an illusion. What happened? A light flashed in Yi Xian's eyes as he muttered with a frown. Immediately after, his powerful divine sense, which was at the fourth level of Grand Mist, quickly extended towards the direction of the low rumbling sound. This. After a quick investigation, there was a result. Even Yi Xian gasped and subconsciously exclaimed, "It's actually, the Milky Way is throbbing?" Yes, it was indeed the Milky Way that was throbbing. Just now, this vast and boundless Milky Way, sandwiched between countless fierce beast forbidden lands and the remnant starfield on both sides, clearly trembled as a whole. This feeling was like a pulse, as if the entire vast and boundless Milky Way was alive. It was as if its body had moved slightly during the tremor just now. Such a situation had never happened before, so there was no need to say what it meant. Very obviously, the Milky Way has recovered and is about to open. It seems that those heavenly Dao old monsters who just escaped in a panic not long ago, as well as the remaining 10 Grand Mist old monsters on the left bank, shouldn't be hiding in the parallel void at this time. After pondering for a while, the corners of Yi Xian's mouth outlined a rather playful smile. He murmured softly like he was sleep-talking, "These old guys are dormant in the fierce beast forbidden lands and the remnant starfield on the left bank of the Milky Way. Their only purpose is to wait for the opening of the Milky Way. Now that this vast Milky Way has suddenly trembled, it means that the time for the Milky Way to open is coming, and it may appear at any time. In this case, even if there is a strong crisis, they must stay in the forbidden lands and the remnant starfield on the left bank. It is impossible for them to hide in the parallel void. Otherwise, if they miss the opportunity to enter the Milky Way to compete for the next era's primordial fortune, their endless years of waiting will be in vain." Whoosh! As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian was overjoyed. Without hesitation, he shook his shoulders and turned into a ray of light that shot toward the left bank of the Milky Way. He wanted to continue the battle and push forward the transformation process of his divine soul and physical body after entering the primordial chaos Dao realm. Now, he could make the third transformation of the 9 demonic ape transformations bloodline as soon as possible. Once the third transformation arrived, his cultivation base and strength would soar again, from the current 4th level of primordial chaos Dao realm to the 5th level of primordial chaos Dao realm. For the current Yi Xian, this kind of battle tempering would not end in a short time. He would continue to fight, and his cultivation base would rapidly advance from the 4th level of primordial chaos Dao realm to the 5th level, the 6th level, and even the 7th level of late-stage primordial chaos Dao realm. Of course, the heavenly Dao's old monster was no longer of much use to him if he wanted to achieve such an effect. He was going to the left bank in search of the 10 remaining primordial chaos eccentrics on the left bank. The left bank of the Milky Way, the Swan Forbidden Grounds. The strongest person in the Swan Forbidden Grounds was originally just a heavenly Dao ferocious bird with an ordinary bloodline. However, in fact, there was an ancient peak heavenly Dao old monster in this Forbidden Grounds who had entered seclusion 1,000,000 years ago with enough 9 heavenly Dao elixir. This old guy was a scarlet blood swan. He had broken through and was one of the 13 supreme Grand Mist old monsters that had appeared on the left bank of the Milky Way in recent years. In the shocking battle in the endless dark void in front of the left bank, this scarlet blood swan had also participated. Moreover, it had not been killed by Yi Xian and had become one of the 10 Grand Mist old monsters that had survived but had fled in a hurry. After returning to the Swan Forbidden Grounds, this scarlet blood swan immediately wanted to enter the parallel void to seek refuge. The reason why it had waited until after returning to the Swan Forbidden Grounds to enter the parallel void was that it was not so easy to find and build a stable and secret passage to connect the parallel void. It was likely that even if one found a weak node of the primordial void in other areas and was able to enter the parallel void, it would be very difficult to return smoothly. It was possible that one would be lost and unable to find the way back. In the end, it was equivalent to exiling oneself into the endless primordial void. Therefore, whether it was the Grand Mist old monster or the heavenly Dao old monster, the stable entrance to a safe parallel void that they built was fixed and credible. Basically, it was in the depths of the ferocious beast Forbidden Grounds or the remnant starfield that they controlled boom, rumble. Just as this scarlet blood swan returned to the Swan Forbidden Land and was about to enter the stable parallel space it had constructed, the entire Swan Forbidden Land suddenly trembled violently. In the dark space outside the Forbidden Land, there was even an unprecedentedly powerful low rumbling sound that boomed over. It was him. His body shook, and when he turned around to look, his powerful divine sense instantly extended out. As soon as he probed, he cried out involuntarily, "What? It's actually the Milky Way." As soon as these words left his mouth, the scarlet blood swan immediately fell into deep thought, his face full of confusion. Originally, he wanted to enter the parallel void to take refuge, but now this vast galaxy suddenly throbbed for an unprecedented moment, and he naturally knew what it meant. Silver, the moment when the Milky Way opened could come at any time, and he couldn't miss it. In the end, the scarlet blood swan's eyes flashed, and he gave up on the idea of hiding in the parallel void. He comforted himself that the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, might not necessarily chase after him. That is, even if he did, he might not necessarily target him. After all, there were 10 Grand Mist old monsters who had escaped earlier. Similar scenes were happening in some of the other Forbidden Grounds and starfields on the left bank. There were 9 such Forbidden Grounds and starfields. In other words, the 10 Grand Mist old monsters who had escaped from the boundless dark void in front of the left bank all chose not to hide in the parallel void under the temptation of the Milky Way opening at any time. In their hearts, they all held a fluke in their hearts and stayed in the Forbidden Grounds and starfields that they controlled, eagerly waiting for the Milky Way starfield to open. At this moment, when the scarlet blood swan rushed into the interior of the star where his cave dwelling was located, an incomparably clear sound of ripping silk came from the dark void of the Forbidden Grounds not far from here. Turning around, in the direction of the sound of ripping cloth, a spatial crack could be seen. A figure walked out from it with a body of tens of thousands of kilometers. Other than the Demon Palace Master, Yi Xian, who else could it be? At this moment, with the arrival of Yi Xian, the terrifying pressure of a mid-level Grand Mist old monster spread out, instantly causing the entire Swan Forbidden Grounds to fall silent. Countless ferocious beasts in the Forbidden Grounds all prostrated on the ground, trembling. Even the heavenly Dao old monsters were like this. Previously, in the vast void in front of the left bank, they were incomparably terrified when they watched the battle from hundreds of millions of miles away. Now that they felt the terrifying pressure of Yi Xian's mid-level Grand Mist old monster at such a close distance, one could imagine how deeply they felt. Screech. Suddenly seeing Yi Xian, the scarlet blood swan's body trembled violently. It raised its head and let out a shocking screech, wanting to escape into the parallel void. It's too late. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian's incomparably cold voice came from the mouth of the ferocious ape, who was millions of miles in size. Then, his figure flashed, and he instantly charged toward the star in front of him. Boom! Under the punch, the scarlet blood swan's cave-dwelling star was directly blasted apart, and the old fellow who was trying to escape into the parallel void fell out halfway. Very quickly. Soon, the ferocious ape had already closed in. The pressure emitted from its body locked onto the old man's chi, forcefully pulling him into an earth-shattering battle. The energy was too violent, and the void was collapsing rapidly. The scene of the battle could not be seen, and only a vast expanse of chaotic stars could be seen. Rumble, bang. After half an incense stick of time, an earth-shattering rumble sounded without any suspense. A cold light flashed in the eyes of the ferocious ape, and he immediately threw out a punch. This punch was Yi Xian's full-strength attack. The scarlet blood swan, who had always wanted to escape, could not dodge at all. He instantly encountered an ominous situation, and his body was completely blown up, turning into a cloud of blood mist that spread out. This incomparably powerful Grand Mist Old Monster, after a short battle of half an incense stick of time, faced the final full-strength attack, and exploded into a cloud of blood mist amidst the incomparably violent remnant force. Huff! When the blood mist formed by the explosion of his body spread out, the ferocious ape had already waved his hand at the first moment. The howling of the wind resounded, and an incomparably majestic invisible force whistled out. The boundless blood mist that was spreading around the void was immediately swept over. He directly sent it into the bottom of the central region volcano in the cauldron's space, and began the blood essence condensation. Division. In addition, at the same time, there was also some compressed Heavenly Tao origin liquid, some Heavenly 9 Great Tao treasure liquid, and some top-grade cultivation resources that even the Heavenly Tao Old Monster might not be able to obtain. These were originally the most precious cultivation resources in the hands of the Scarlet Blood Swan, but now, with his death, they all fell into the hands of Yi Xian. This, it could be considered an additional gain, and it was not cheap. It was all absorbed into Yi Xian's body. After doing all this, Yi Xian immediately felt the changes in his body. He immediately frowned and subconsciously muttered to himself, as if he was sleep-talking, but there was an endless chill in his voice. It's still not enough. It seems that just one Grand Mist Old Monster is not enough of a challenge. Hiss. As soon as he finished speaking, he directly tore through the void and left. Fire Elephant Forbidden Land. The old monster of primordial chaos was a crimson glaze fire elephant that was overseeing this forbidden area. He had originally planned to enter the parallel void to seek refuge, but in the end, he made the same choice as the Scarlet Blood Swan and stayed in the Fire Elephant Forbidden Land. In fact, his luck was as bad as that of the Scarlet Blood Swan, because after killing the Scarlet Blood Swan, Yi Xian rushed over here. This glass fire elephant was the 5th Grand Mist Old Monster that Yi Xian had set his eyes on. Calculating the time, it only took Yi Xian half a day to rush from the Swan Forbidden Land to the Fire Elephant Forbidden Land. In such a short time, Yi Xian had rushed over from the Swan Forbidden Land, so everything that happened there had not yet spread. At this moment, the glazed fire elephant was resting in its cave star, but it seemed to have suddenly sensed something and suddenly opened its eyes. Hiss. Almost at the same time, in the dark void of the Forbidden Land not far from the glass fire elephant cave star, there was an incomparably clear sound of ripping silk. Looking in the direction of the sound of ripping silk, a void crack could be seen. A figure darted out from this void crack. It was thousands of miles long. It was the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, who he had just seen half a day ago. Roar! Seeing Yi Xian's arrival, the glass fire elephant's body shook violently, and its hair stood on end. It raised its head and let out a shocking roar. It was summoning all the Heavenly Tao Old Monsters in the Forbidden Land, wanting them to block for it for a moment and buy time to escape. But in reality, in the face of its summons, the entire Fire Elephant Forbidden Land was like a dead zone. There was not the slightest response. In the next moment, as Yi Xian arrived, the terrifying pressure of a 4th-stage Grand Mist Old Monster spread out, instantly silencing the entire Swan Forbidden Land. Although there were dozens of Heavenly Tao Old Monsters in the Forbidden Land, without exception, all of them were prostrating on the ground, trembling. Who would dare to come forward to die? Hiss. This result made the glazed fire elephant seethe with anger. It raised its head and let out another roar. With a swing of its huge trunk, it smashed the cave star beneath it into pieces. Then, It turned around and tried to take advantage of this chaos to flee. Boom! But, unfortunately, Yi Xian's oppressive aura had already enveloped and locked onto his body. Without the slightest hesitation, a cold light flashed in the eyes of the violent ape, and in an instant, it arrived behind the glazed fire elephant. It did not launch a fatal attack, but instead, it did not use any divine abilities or treasures. It only relied on its physical body to engage in close combat with the glazed fire elephant. Because only in this way would it be the most beneficial and most effective for him to promote the transformation of his divine soul and physical body. The qi was too chaotic. This chaotic battle was earth-shattering, but it did not last for too long. Same as, after the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, everything came to an end. Liu, as expected, the glass fire elephant was killed. In the form of a violent ape, Yi Xian, who was tens of thousands of kilometers tall, walked out from the chaotic and berserk energy. However, the expression on his face wasn't happy. It could even be said that it was a little gloomy. This was the fifth old monster of primordial chaos he had killed. Even if the first 3 old monsters of primordial chaos were not included, he had killed 2 old monsters of primordial chaos in succession this time. However, the result made him quite depressed. Although the transformation of his divine soul and physical body had been promoted to a certain extent, it had not reached the level where he could smoothly display the third transformation of the demon ape. It's not enough. I have to continue hunting. Hiss, as he muttered to himself, Yi Xian waved his hand and tore open a spatial rift. He took a step forward and entered it. His entire body disappeared in an instant as he headed to his next destination. There, the 6th Grand Mist Old Monster would fall at his hands. Green, Firmament Star Area. It was not a supreme forbidden area ruled by fierce beasts, but a remnant of the star area controlled by the survivors. Apart from Yi Xian, there were both survivors and fierce beasts among the 13 old monsters of primordial chaos that had appeared on the left bank in recent years. While, in this Firmament Star Area, there happened to be one of the survivors of primordial chaos. This old monster of primordial chaos called himself Ancestor Green Firmament, and his cultivation base was only at the first stage of primordial chaos. This Ancestor Green Firmament had also planned to enter a parallel void and lie low after escaping from the vast and endless dark void in front of the left bank. But it had to be said that Yi Xian was really lucky this time. At this critical moment, the vast Milky Way that had not throbbed before suddenly throbbed as a whole. It was this unexpected throbbing that made the 10 Grand Mist Old Monsters change their minds. None of them entered the parallel void to seek refuge. Instead, they stayed in the most powerful forbidden areas and most powerful star regions under their control, waiting for the opening of the Milky Way star region that could come at any time. However, this was not the case. Unfortunately, Ancestor Green Firmament, the old monster of primordial chaos in the Firmament Star Area, was obviously like the Scarlet Blood Swan and the Glaze Fire Elephant that Yi Xian had killed. Before the opening of the Milky Way star area, monstrous killing intent had already descended. Hiss, an incomparably crisp sound of ripping cloth rang out. In the depths of the Firmament Star Area, a deep void crack suddenly appeared. A huge figure that was tens of thousands of miles long walked out of this void crack, full of killing intent. It was the Glaze Fire Elephant that had just left the Fire Elephant Forbidden Area half a day ago. Yi Xian had never had much interest in hunting the survivors, at least not as much as hunting the fierce beasts. But this Firmament Star Area was the closest to the Fire Elephant Forbidden Area, where the old monsters of primordial chaos were guarding. And Yi Xian's purpose was only to find the old monsters of primordial chaos to fight, and to push forward the transformation process of his divine soul and physical body after suddenly reaching the primordial chaos realm. Therefore, it really did not make much difference whether the target was the fierce beasts or the survivors. So, Yi Xian had come. Hiss, following his arrival, the entire Firmament Star Area fell silent. All the survivors of the star area did not dare to breathe loudly, but that old Ancestor Green Firmament did not hesitate at all. He raised his head and let out an incomparably shrill roar, wanting to escape at the first moment. A cold light flashed in the ape's eyes, and he instantly locked onto the old Ancestor Green Firmament. After approaching him, He immediately shrunk his body to only about 10 feet tall, and began a shocking hand-to-hand battle with the old ancestor green firmament. Rumble, bang! After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, an earth-shattering roar rang out without any suspense. Green firmament Old ancestor green firmament had long been seriously injured, and basically had no battle strength left. To Yi Xian, it was equivalent to losing his value. Moreover, when Yi Xian's attack slowed down slightly, the old man turned around and tried to escape. No. With some hesitation, Yi Xian directly used teleportation and appeared behind the old ancestor green firmament in the blink of an eye. Old ancestor green firmament, who was trying to escape, had no chance of survival at all. He instantly encountered an inauspicious situation, and his physical body was completely blown up, turning into a cloud of blood mist that spread out. Whoosh! The sound of the wind whistling resounded, and an incomparably majestic invisible force whistled out. Not yet. When the blood mist formed by the explosion of his physical body spread out, the ape had already waved his hand at the first moment. The majestic blood mist that was spreading in the void was quickly swept over and directly sent into the bottom of the central region volcano in the cauldron space, and then put it away. Although this was only a remnant powerhouse, and his vitality was not rich enough, the majestic blood mist formed by the explosion of his physical body could not be refined into a primordial blood essence. However, this was a primordial blood mist after all. It was very beneficial to the ferocious beast generals under Yi Xian, so it naturally could not be wasted. This was already the 6th primordial chaos old monster that Yi Xian had killed. Nearly half of the 13 primordial chaos old monsters that had appeared in recent years had been killed by him. It was really too shocking. As long as the news spread out, the entire left bank of the Milky Way would definitely tremble in fear. After old ancestor green firmament was killed, nearly half of the 13 primordial chaos old monsters that had appeared in recent years on the left bank of the Milky Way had been killed by him, a total of 6 of them. It was really too shocking. As long as the news spread out, the entire left bank of the Milky Way would definitely tremble in fear. Before these 6 primordial chaos old monsters, 3 of them had been killed in the vast dark area in front of the left bank. The remaining 3 were continuously killed by Yi Xian in the past day or so. The news had not spread yet, but once the news of him entering the left bank of the Milky Way and hunting down the 10 primordial chaos old monsters that had escaped spread, the remaining 7 primordial chaos old monsters that were still alive would very likely escape. Of course, now that this vast and boundless Milky Way was throbbing like never before, the moment of opening could come at any time. Even if the news of Yi Xian entering the left bank to hunt down the primordial chaos old monsters spread, the 7 old fellows who were still alive would not be able to hide in the parallel void out of fear. That was contrary to their ultimate goal of staying dormant on the left bank of the Milky Way for countless years. No one would make such a choice. However, even if they did not hide in the parallel void, they could still walk out of the most powerful forbidden areas and star regions under their control, and Yi Xian would not be able to find them. This was exactly what Yi Xian was worried about. Previously, he had already killed 3 primordial chaos old monsters in a row, but the 3rd change still had not arrived. This made Yi Xian a little anxious. If the remaining 7 primordial chaos old monsters all escaped and he could not find them, Yi Xian would probably be depressed to death. Therefore, after killing ancestor green firmament, he did not hesitate at all. He immediately tore through the void and rushed to his next target. His next target was not the remnant star region, but a fierce beast forbidden area called the Magic Dragon Forbidden Area. Previously, there was not a single magic dragon in the Magic Dragon Forbidden Area. But just 2 years ago, the black gold magic dragon that had been in seclusion for millions of years in the Magic Dragon Forbidden Area came out and successfully broke through to the primordial chaos old monster, becoming an incomparably powerful primordial chaos old monster. From then on, the Magic Dragon Forbidden Area lived up to its name. The black gold magic dragon was Yi Xian's next target, the Magic Dragon Forbidden Area. An incomparably crisp sound of ripping cloth rang out, and a deep void crack suddenly appeared in the depths of the Magic Dragon Forbidden Area. A huge figure that was millions of miles long walked out of the void crack with a murderous aura. It was none other than Bao Yuan, who had just left the green firmament star region half a day ago. As soon as his figure appeared, the entire Devil Dragon Forbidden Area fell silent in an instant. All the ferocious beasts in the Forbidden Area held their breaths as they opened their eyes wide in astonishment. Then, a figure emerged from a huge abandoned star several 100 million miles to the right of the void crack. It was none other than the strongest person in the Magic Dragon Forbidden Area, the Black Gold Magic Dragon with a cultivation base of First-Order Primordial Chaos Old Monster. Although the Black Gold Magic Dragon's cultivation base was only at First-Order Primordial Chaos Old Monster, he was one of the stronger existences among the 13 old monsters of primordial chaos that had appeared on the left bank in recent years. He was not too far away from First-Order Primordial Chaos Old Monster. Not to mention, he also had an extremely powerful bloodline secret technique. Although he was able to activate such a powerful bloodline secret technique, it was absolutely impossible for him to be a match for Yi Xian, who had already reached the middle stage of the Grand Mist realm. However, in the Black Gold Magic Dragon's opinion, even if he could not defeat the Master of Magic Hall, Yi Xian, with his powerful bloodline secret method as a trump card, it should not be too big of a problem for him to protect his life. Therefore, although he was also surprised to see Yi Xian suddenly appear, his reaction was completely different. When Yi Xian had killed the Scarlet Blood Swan, the Glazefire Elephant, and Ancestor Green Firmament, the first reaction of the three old guys was to turn tail and run as soon as they saw Yi Xian, the Master of Magic Hall. However, now in this Magic Dragon Forbidden Land, the strongest person guarding this place, the Black Gold Magic Dragon, did not immediately escape. Of course, even if he escaped, it was impossible for him to succeed. Regarding this, the Black Gold Magic Dragon was obviously well aware. Instead of showing fear and running away, in his opinion, it was better to use his strongest trump card and let the Master of Magic Hall, Yi Xian, realize that it was difficult for him to kill him, and retreat in the face of difficulties. Boom, rumble, roar, hundreds of millions of miles in front of the void, an earth-shattering roar suddenly sounded. The incomparably huge cave mansion star under the Black Gold Magic Dragon suddenly exploded. Following that, countless pieces of rubble formed by the explosion of the star flew everywhere. After the earth-shattering rumble of thunder, it was followed by an incomparably loud dragon roar. This incomparably huge figure soared into the sky, and it was 50 million miles long. This was a black dragon. Its entire body was pitch black, but the countless dragon scales on its body were all bursting with a bright black light, like black gold, extremely dazzling. Master of Magic Hall, Yi Xian. At the same time, the Black Gold Magic Dragon's divine sense voice also sounded, revealing an endless sense of pressure. Although it was dignified, there was not much fear. Although you are strong, and this king is no match for you, but it is not possible to kill this king today. I advise you to leave as soon as possible. Don't waste your energy. After struggling for a while, in the end, you will return empty-handed. It seems that you are quite confident. This is good. Finally, I have met a prey that I can fight to my heart's content. At this scene, listening to the words of the Black Gold Magic Dragon, a look of anticipation appeared on the face of the violent ape. When the divine sense voice came out, the corners of his mouth outlined a very playful smile. Now, let's see if you can take this king's blow, rumble. Before the voice fell, the figure of the violent ape had already rushed out. Still, he did not use any magical power or any kind of supreme treasure. He only threw out a simple punch, hum. The next moment, an incomparably low buzzing sound suddenly sounded in the void, revealing an extremely mysterious aura of pressure. Because of this, endless waves of fine scales appeared in the void. The black gold demonic dragon's eyes flashed with a dark light, and it suddenly closed its